Meeting is now streaming.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to welcome everybody back and reconvene the Select Committee on School Finance Recalibration. And with that, I'm going to turn this back over to Dr. Pikus to go through the case studies with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to share the case studies with you. I'm actually going to turn this over to Dr. Hoyer, who will make the presentation on the preliminary findings from the case study, and I will fire up the share so that I can move the PowerPoints for her.
Thank you very much. While he's getting that started, Mr. Chair and other members, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Before I begin the remarks that we've prepared, I wanted to make a quick note. I keep getting a message popping up on my screen today saying that my bandwidth is low. Hopefully that won't affect my audio because I'm using the phone for the audio, but I'm not sure if my video will cut in and out. Please let me know if I need to repeat anything that I've said or if anything is not coming through clearly. So, Larry, if you don't mind, let's get started to the next slide. So when we last spoke together in June, or when we last had an opportunity to discuss the case studies in June, I talked through a little bit of the rationale for the site selection criteria. And I don't want to spend too much time there today because I think we have some other really interesting things to discuss. But I did want to just remind you that the essential criterion for being selected as one of the 10 case study schools was to demonstrate either extremely large gains in student performance on the state summative assessment, and what we, our benchmark for extremely large gains was, double-digit percentage point gains over a period of years, or consistently high student performance. And as we've been talking about the last couple of days, that benchmark for the consistently high is for a multi-year period, over 80% of students at or above proficient on the state summative assessment. So we selected our school based on that criterion and other supplemental but less important criteria, and we got this set of 10 great schools. So what I'd like to do today is to remind you what those schools are, to give you a little bit of a status update as to where this piece of the research is in terms of progress. And since, as just a little bit of a preview, the progress is that it's still preliminary, we're not quite finished yet. I won't be sharing with you today anything that are findings about across the cases, and I won't be sharing anything that's considered, not preliminary findings, but I think we have some really instructive preliminary findings that we did want to share with the committee to let you know how things are going. So as you look at this set of 10 schools, you'll see that we have a mixture of elementary, middle, and high. And I mentioned this briefly yesterday, we have a pretty good mixture of school size in here. So all three of those elementary schools are multi-section elementary schools, and what we mean by that is they have multiple classes per grade. And then we have two rather large high schools. Natrona County and Laramie are relatively large high schools. The other high schools in the middle school are smaller, and then of course we have the K-12 school, which in 2019-20 was in the smallest district in the state. I know the smallest district in the state, kind of bounces around from year to year depending on changes in enrollment, but Claremont was the smallest in 2019-20. So we have quite the range here. Larry, can you go on, please? The next slide just shows you a visual representation of where these schools are. You may recall this from the June meeting. We also showed this map at the June meeting. And all I'd really want to point out here is to say this lets you know, where they are, what districts they're in, and also that they are relatively geographically dispersed. Now, of course, geographic diversity wasn't the main criterion, the student performance was. So they're not perfectly evenly distributed because that wasn't the main driver, but we did try to be relatively representative. And we do have some schools from the west, a little one, Natrona County is in the center, and we have several in the north as well. Next slide, Larry, please. Here's the update that I wanted to mention. Generally speaking, the analytic approach that we've been using for the case studies is kind of a two-step approach with a check for accuracy in the middle. So first, we're doing a school level analysis. where we're analyzing the data for each one of the 10 schools individually. And second, we're doing the cross-case analysis where we look across all 10 to get you know, a more synthesized picture of what's going on in these schools. And in the middle, like I said, that accuracy check, what we're doing is we're making sure that those the school level analysis, the school level report tracks with what the school level personnel know to be accurate about the workings of their own schools. So what we do for that is we send it to the principal, make sure that he or she has an opportunity to clarify, to add nuance, to add comments, and if possible, to add corrections if something, you know, if there was any sort of issue that needs to be corrected. So where we are is that we've conducted the school level analysis. Most, but not all principals have had an opportunity to receive their reports. And we're working on the cross case with, of course, knowing that, you know, we may have to change if the principals have some nuance that they need to share with us. The school level analysis was a bit of a deductive approach, meaning we knew before we went into the analysis what codes we wanted to look for. So we didn't know what specific things we wanted to look for, what particular themes, but we knew what topics we wanted to look for. And we had those codes already set out in kind of an analytical structure. And they follow very closely with what Alan was talking about yesterday, the foundational aspects of that undergird the EB model. So we were looking for things like what curriculum do they use? What instructional strategies do they use? What kind of professional development do they use? And so what we weren't, you know, we weren't looking for any particular approach to any of those, any of those topics. We wanted to find out of a variety of curriculum approaches, what do they use, a variety of instructional, approaches, what do they use. But we knew we wanted to look for those topics. So we had our eye on that when we started to analyze. We did a bit of a different approach for the cross-case analysis. Once we already knew that we looked for the things we wanted to look for, curriculum, instruction, intervention, professional development, assessments, those sorts of things, then we wanted to kind of see what the cases were telling us as a whole. And so we looked for themes across all of the 10 cases to come up with a set of findings of, here are ways in which the schools are doing things similarly. Here are ways in which they're doing things differently. So we'll be able to talk a little bit about that. Again, this is really more of a preview. We'll go into much more detail about all of that in the October meeting and not today. But I just wanted to give you a sense of what our approach was, how we handled that, and where we are. So that's what's going on. Before we go to the next slide, I want to pause here for 1 minute, Larry, and kind of highlight what we are going to talk about in terms of findings today. All 10 schools were incredibly important to study, and all 10 schools really taught us incredibly valuable things about how differently situated schools, different school levels, different locations, different sizes across the state of Wyoming have used their resources and have really approached teaching and learning in their settings. All of the schools were very important members of our sample. Because we're not, the analysis is not ready yet to talk about what we're learning from all 10, what we decided to talk about today was to give you guys a deep dive into one of the schools. And we selected the one to discuss for a couple of reasons. First, this one has had the accuracy check by the principal. So we wanted to make sure that we were providing something that had that level of accuracy check. And it's also unique in our sample in that it is the one school that was included in the sample because it was consistently high performing. 9 of our 10 schools met the student performance criterion because they showed improvements. This school met the criterion because it was high performing for a period of multiple years. And by that, I mean 80% or greater of its students were at or above proficient on the state summative assessment. So we thought that this might be a really nice school to highlight, to share a little bit of what we found, and to give you some illustrative information about the kinds of discussions that we were having yesterday about what do these schools do, these high-performing schools, these consistently high-performing schools. What sort of things are they doing? How does that correspond to the model, if it does, or if it doesn't, in what ways does it diverge? Things like that. So this is not quantitative analysis, and it's certainly not a causal analysis. But what it is a rich qualitative analysis to give, to illustrate a picture of what a school like this might be doing. And so that's the purpose of our conversation for picking this school. And with that, let's go to it. Larry, can you go to the next one?
It should be there.
Oh, thank you. Sorry for the delay. It wasn't popping up, but I see it now. So what I want to talk about today is Sagebrush Elementary School. Sagebrush is up in Sheridan. It is a K-5 school, so it serves students who are in those ages. What I think is interesting to point out about their kindergarten program is that for first through fifth grade, they have three classes per grade. But in kindergarten, they have 4 classes per grade. And the reason that they have that extra class is 3 of the kindergarten classes are more traditional kindergarten, the way that we might be imagining those classes. Of course, more traditional in the more modern sense, not what you were talking about, Representative Harshman, with the nap and the milk, but the more academic kindergarten that we see now. 3 of the classes are like that. One of the kindergarten class, though, they call classic kindergarten, and this was an approach to kindergarten that we also learned about in the professional judgment panels, and it wasn't always called classic kindergarten there. Sometimes it was called junior kindergarten or something like that. But at Sagebrush, it's called classic kindergarten. And this is a program that serves kindergarten age students, but students who aren't quite ready to receive that more rigorous academic kindergarten curriculum for whatever reason. Maybe they have some academic or some social factors, maybe some maturity factors that are impeding their ability to succeed in that sort of situation. So the classic kindergarten is for those students. It provides them, a curriculum that's almost a hybrid of what a pre-kindergarten curriculum and what a kindergarten curriculum would be, but it provides it as a kindergarten class. And then those students get that for a year to make sure that they are really well suited to dive right into the kindergarten curriculum and to succeed with that. So then those students in the classic K, then they go into the K next year. So that's how they offer their kindergarten through 5th grade instruction. The school has about 340 students, or at least it did in 2019-20. About 45% of the students at Sagebrush in 2019-20 were classified as at risk. And you may all be very familiar with this definition. We talked about it yesterday too. But at risk is the unduplicated count of students eligible for free and reduced price lunch, English learner students, and mobile students in grades 6 through 12. And of course, that last piece doesn't apply to a K through 5. There aren't any mobile students in grades 6 through 12 here. So these kids are eligible for free and reduced price lunch or are English learners. And 45% of their student body fell into that category. At Sagebrush in the past 3 years, over 80% of the students, as I said, were at or above proficiency on the state assessment. So that's a little rundown of, just some stats about the school. On the next slide, we see a little bit about the strategies they're employing as they approach teaching, learning, and professional development. So let's take a look at that slide.
I put it there when you said it the next slide, so hopefully it's there.
Oh.
Look, I'm sorry, I jumped the gun.
It'll come, no problem. It'll come for me. Oh, there it is. I'm sorry about the delay, everyone. So what we found with Sagebrush is that the educators at this school, and by educators, I'm kind of speaking, I use that word on purpose because I'm talking about teachers, I'm talking about school leaders. The people in the school who are working with students are employing a lot of the strategies that we discussed yesterday as being foundational to the EB model. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about how that looks at Sagebrush. The first thing I wanted to call out for the group was this idea of ambitious goals. And so we heard, or we collected data on their goals, and we heard kind of 2 themes. We heard them talk about goals as they were talking about their school culture, and then maybe some formal goals that might have been even written down somewhere. So when it came to the formal goals, what we heard were things like, our goal is for 90% of our students in our grade to be proficient in writing and reading and math on the state assessment, or we want 90% to be proficient. So we heard really high formal goals, but we heard even higher goals with respect to school culture. We, for instance, in the words of one study participant, they had originally said, oh, we want all the students to be proficient. And then they clarified what they meant to make sure that we were hearing what they said. That when we say all, we mean all. And so that type of sentiment, we heard from multiple people in the building, this idea of universal proficiency, and what that the educators found this to be the goal they were shooting for. And then in terms of formal goals, maybe it wasn't 100, but it was high. 90 is not so far off. So we found evidence of these ambitious goals, and we found that evidence very broadly shared across the school. The next thing I wanted to talk about is really closely aligned to goals. It's this professional culture. What we heard consistently throughout our focus groups was this idea of accountability to the students. The teachers would say, it's our responsibility to get the kids, and this is not a direct quote, but the sentiment they were sharing is, it's our responsibility as the teachers to get all of the kids to proficient, no matter what the child is facing. This is our responsibility. We are accountable to that goal. And what they often said, and now this is a quote, they would often say, they're not my students, they're our students. And what they were trying to say there was, this isn't like classroom teacher A has to worry about the students in classroom A and classroom teacher B has to worry about the students in B. What they were saying was, we all share responsibility for all of these students. And thus, we must work together to make sure that every single student is hitting these targets, is meeting these standards. So this is something they're saying, at kindergarten, we're responsible for what they do in third grade and vice versa. This was a school-wide shared approach to accountability and professional standards. The next thing, it's about curriculum, but I think it's really important to note that this idea of shared accountability, shared collaboration was very present when we learned about their curriculum as well. So the two things that I'll point out about their curriculum program, one is that collaboration. Teachers consistently worked collaboratively to identify, select the appropriate curriculum that they were going to use in their classrooms. And secondly, and I think very importantly, what we heard over and over again was that any curriculum used at Sagebrush had to be tied to standards. One teacher said, and I quote, they didn't want, quote, fluff. That was, this idea of non-fluff was very important. Had to be tied to standards, had to be useful, had to work for their students to get them to meet those targets, the standards. The next two bullets, one has to do with interventions and one has to do with professional development, particularly through professional learning communities or PLCs. There's some nuance here that I absolutely want to share that have to do with these topics. But one overarching theme that we found that has to do with both of those, interventions for students and professional development for teachers, was intentionality with the use of time. Sagebrush structured its time very intentionally to make sure that there was time within the school day to have the resources to provide interventions the way that they found to be appropriate, which I'll describe, and also time within the school day to have teacher professional development operate the way that they thought was appropriate, which I'll also describe next. So there was a really intentional use of time that not only did we identify kind of as outside listeners to what they were saying, but also that they identified explicitly as being something important, this intentionality. So how this intentionality and resource use looked for interventions was really multifaceted. Within the school day, Sagebrush had one of these periods that I think Alan mentioned this yesterday. I know that I kind of echoed it when I talked about it. They had what they called a win period, or WIN, what I need. And this win period came up over and over again as something that was very important to teaching and learning in the school. And what the win period was a set aside number of minutes every single day where the teachers could look at student data, prior to, and group students based on particular skills. And then once these students were in very fluid skills groups, they would target instruction on these particular math or ELA skills. And so that was provided to all students every day. And they did have this kind of all hands on deck approach, such that the classroom teacher, the intervention teachers, or the tutors, as we've been talking about them these last couple of days, the special education teachers, let's see, and the librarian. They have a librarian in their school, and that person worked with WIN periods too, and sometimes paraprofessionals as well. They were really making sure that all of these teachers were able to work with the small groups. And the reason that I brought up intentionality was at Sagebrush, they structured the WIN periods on purpose so that the first grade WIN period, those minutes weren't the same time as the second grade WIN period or the third grade WIN period, and so on, so that those intervention teachers and the tutors would be freed up to travel throughout the day. You know, they'd be doing the WIN period for this group and then that group and then the other group. So they really wanted to make sure they had those teacher resources available to the students as needed. So that was, I would say, the major source of intervention. I think it's also important to note that Sagebrush has an after-school program. They have, or the extended day program like we were talking about yesterday. They have a summer school program. And they also use, and this is really more back in school day, when needed, they use the intervention programs of reading recovery and math recovery for students who need that extra support. So that's what's going on with interventions. There was intentional use of time, too, with teacher professional development in the PLCs. What we found there was the school was really careful to make sure that teachers who shared a PLC had common planning time so that they could engage in PLC time formally at least once per week within the school day during common planning time. And then teachers could also meet during that common planning time informally as grade level teams. And the reason I'm using those words differently is intentional. So the PLCs were organized around grade level, right? So the third grade teachers were in a PLC together, as were the fourth grade teachers and so on. But the PLC membership didn't stop with just those three teachers, or in the case of kindergarten, the 4 teachers. The PLC membership also included someone that they called a literacy coordinator, who was like an instructional facilitator. So that instructional facilitator type person called the literacy coordinator was on all the PLCs, and as was the school principal. So the PLC was a little bit larger of a group to really work on ongoing professional development. And as reported to us by the teachers and other educators at Sagebrush, the PLCs really were an extremely important source of teacher professional growth. You know, we heard this over and over again, that this was really the cornerstone. This is the foundation. This is what drove everything. And they were able to work together to collaborate to grow instructionally. This was also the time where they worked together to, cultivate their curricular choices. They used this time to look at student data to make those decisions about which WIN group, which the children should all be in for this particular WIN cycle. That's when they made common assessments. That's when they looked at, their students' performance on the district has common assessments. They were looking at that. That's when they looked to see whether the curriculum that they wanted to use tied to the district curriculum map. All of these conversations around curriculum, instruction, assessment, intervention, they had those in the PLCs. And because the teachers had this common planning time, if there were other instructional matters that they needed to discuss at other times, they could meet in a grade level other times during the week too. But they had that protected PLC time at least once per week. And finally, the last thing that I'll point out is we looked at average class size across the school, and the average class size was slightly higher than both ED model and the legislative model. They were at just under 18 students, on average, 18 students per class. So that's kind of what their classrooms looked like. So those are some of the findings that we thought it was important to highlight, to talk about first, just to give you a picture of what one of these 10 high-performing schools is doing, and second, to illustrate how a school might be able to rely upon some of the strategies that Alan was talking about yesterday, the foundational strategies in the evidence-based model, and really work and use them for those students. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you and open up to questions.
All right, thank you. I appreciate the report, and I would open it up to the committee for questions on, I guess we'd call it the case study, or where we're going with case studies. I guess my question, Ms. Hoyer, is where are we going from here? What's the next step that we'll see as a committee?
Thank you. The next step is you'll actually see findings across the cases. So what we intend to be able to talk about in October, and what you'll see in the report, is kind of in the main body of the report, is a cross-case analysis. And the purpose of the cross-case analysis will be to kind of look across the schools at matters of things like staffing, across the schools at how they approach curriculum and other instructional matters. And the intent is that in the body of the report, you would see that cross-case analysis, which really provides a synthesis of what we've learned across the 10 schools. And then as appendices to the report, you will have an opportunity to review all 10 of the individual school reports, so that if there's something in the cross-case that requires, piques your interest, requires a little bit of further examination, that will all be in there as well. But I think the next step is to get the full analysis, which is looking across all the 10 schools. What are the commonalities, differences that we found in what they do and how they staff, and then how that does or doesn't align with the evidence-based model, and in terms of staffing, the legislative model as well.
Thank you. And so I think the value of this is to see how it relates, obviously, on the Pikus and Oden work of their model.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I interpret your question to be the value of today's presentation, and
to see whether, in fact, what they suggest actually works in high performance. Okay, thank you, Co-Chair Kinski.
Yes, and thank you for that presentation, Ms. Hoyer. And I guess I would ask, in terms of your case study, having been to that school and having seen PLC work in that district, sitting in on some PLC conferences, I became a big believer. But I hope that your case study also notes that the commitment to PLC is with the entire board, the superintendent, all superintendent staff, and also that the principals are key drivers. The expectation in that district is the principals will spend 80% of their time in the classroom helping with the PLC, not 80% of the time in the office, whatever principals usually do in the office 80% of the time. So that's a critical component of it, that the schools can't do it without commitment across the entire chain of command. Will that be part of your case study as well? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair and Mr. Co-Chair, thank you so much for that comment. That is, that's very helpful context, and I'm, especially as someone who has been there, you are someone who has been there and seen it. That was not currently part of this school's study, because we were looking just at the school level, not the district level. But what I can do, although the piece about the principal's commitments to the PLC was in the report, because we did speak to people at the school, including the principal. That district level information, though, is helpful context that I will be sure to make sure to incorporate.
Are there any other questions of Ms. Hoyer? I'm not, oh, there it is.
Chairman.
Representative Connolly, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And is it Dr. Hoyer?
Mr. Chair, yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Dr. Hoyer. So just a clarification question, and then one about your qualitative work in relationship to the model. Did you say that the staffing levels were above or below the EB model? Because I think your slide says that it's below the EB model, and your narrative said that they were slightly above.
Thank you for that clarification question, Mr. Chair. Representative Connolly. I think I wrote my notes and I thought, oh, maybe say it this way, and when you're speaking, but I said two different things. So on the slides, it said that staffing levels were lower. They had fewer teachers. And then when I spoke, I was saying class sizes were higher. So I'm sorry, you're right. That was a confusing way to phrase it. But the class sizes were higher at about 18, it was, I think, 17.95 or so, but approximately 18 students, because the number of core teachers that they had was lower than what would be staffed under the EV model or the legislative model. Thank you for that question.
And then, Mr. Chairman, just a different question. And my curiosity about the relationship between kind of your kind of qualitative study of these schools and your findings, and then with Picus and Auden, will you be taking kind of the data, honestly, the data from Dr. Hoyer's work and modifying any of your recommendations?
Please.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if that's a question more for me or more for Larry and Alan. I'll start from with what I can say from my perspective, and I'll let Larry and Alan chime in as they see fit. They have access to what I've done and can see the ways in which what the schools are doing fit in with the model or not. And so they have access to all that I have, I guess is how I would answer that question. Then I'll see if you, Larry or Alan, wanted to make any further comments.
Dr. Picus or Oden?
Sure, Mr. Co-Chair. To the degree that the
Do
case,
either one of you want to?
am I on?
I think you are.
Okay, Mr. Co-Chair, to the degree that the cases show that there's divergence between what the improving schools and the high-performing schools are doing, we would change it. To the degree that they sort of reinforce the elements in the models, we would not change it. And so the purpose of the cases is to see, as Kathleen said, whether or not there is congruence between the resources that the models provide and what the schools do, how they use those resources to improve student performance.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. And just as a quick follow-up, I would love, when you give us your next draft of the report, it would be valuable for you to illustrate where those changes in your recommendations took place. Thanks.
And Dr. Hoyer as well, where did salaries lie as opposed to model salaries? So in that elementary school where the salaries paid higher than the model salaries or even with the model salaries?
Let me, Mr. Chair, if you'll permit me to look over at my screen for a moment, I can answer that question for you. I don't want to misspeak before I find, Mr. Chair, the average teacher salary, what I have in the report is for teachers in Sheridan County at large, elementary teachers in Sheridan County at large, Sheridan County District Number 2, and elementary school teachers in Sheridan County School District Number 2, their salaries in 2019-20 were $61,736, which is higher than the model.
And how much higher in the model? Is that 38,000? Did we come up with a number for that model salary?
I think, Mr. Chairman, I think that all gets adjusted on age and experience.
Right. Thank you. It would be good to know as you finalize your report to see that piece, both the adjusted, the adjusted model salary versus their actual salary to see how that has changed too. Matt, do you have any info on that?
Yeah, Chairman, members of the committee, that information is contained in the Kerr report that the Department of Education does. And one of the appendices, I'll have to identify which one, but the appendices contain a district by district analysis of the average salaries by model staffing components. So teachers, principals, central office personnel. I can certainly point you to the correct page that I sent yesterday for that analysis.
Thank you. I think just as you make your report and you compare it back to the model that is the Picus and Auden model, we need to see those differences, whether it's salary, whether it's number of classroom size, whatever it is. It's important to see all of it.
Yes, Mr. Co-Chair, I agree.
Any other questions? And I think my internet's bad too. Representative Schwartz, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a related question. And it's, is there a pattern of higher retention in these successful schools? Are they more easily able to hire new staff based on the fact that they're successful schools? Do you have any data that relates to that?
Mr. Co-Chair and Representative Schwartz, that's a really good question. I think that I will have to look into that a little bit more. I'm not, I don't want to misspeak, and because the data are qualitative, sometimes it takes me a little bit to dig into them and to find that answer. Luckily, I have some qualitative data analysis software that's very helpful on that. I will say, without being able to give you a more specific answer, I can give you a general answer if you'll permit me to do so. The more general answer that I can provide without being a little bit more precise is that we did find many, many schools with educators who had been in that school for several years. We found many schools where teacher longevity was, at the risk of putting value judgments on it, the teachers had been there for many, many years. You know, whether or not that's impressive or not, I can certainly withhold value judgments, but we did find that in a lot of schools. I don't, like I said, I don't want to say how many schools or which schools exactly without making sure that I'm not misspeaking, but yeah, we found evidence of a lot of long-standing teachers, which would suggest that teacher retention is something that is going relatively well.
Thank you.
Senator Rothfuss.
Follow-up, Mr.
There was
Chairman?
follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up.
Thank you. So yeah, that if you, whatever you can get on the retention would be great. Is there any way you can measure how easily, how much, whether that has an impact on how they were able to hire new teachers?
Mr. Chair and Representative Schwartz, that is also a really good question. I will say I don't, and this is one I will follow up on, and I will actually look at the data to give you a data-informed and empirical answer as well. But to give you a bit of a non-empirical answer, I think that will be challenging for me to be able to write much on in the report, simply because these schools were holding on to their teachers and they didn't have to hire as much. But, and I say that again with the caveat that that is a very general statement, and I need to look into, you know, which schools that apply to more and less. But to make a preliminary and general statement, I think, to be honest, that will be a more difficult question to answer with the data that I have, because I don't think the schools were having to hire maybe as much as some other schools might.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer, Dr. Hoyer.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Hoyer, I just had one question, and I know you'll dig into this more, but you mentioned the professional learning communities, and we're obviously having a lot of discussions about instructional facilitators. And then there are teacher leader concepts. There's full-time and part-time instructional facilitators. I don't know if you can give us a preliminary comment on your findings with regard to successes and their dependency on instructional facilitators, or what trends you've seen. So I'd invite that now, but just open. I'd also invite you to make sure that you emphasize that and help us to understand best practices there as this proceeds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Rothfuss. I think I'll make two comments. The first is a comment and the second is an answer. The comment that I'll make is I absolutely, I think you're spot on, and I want to make sure that the report looks across the schools and talks about, you know, instructional facilitators or other similar personnel like this literacy coordinator. And I'll try to make sure that we have some evidence from these 10 schools that might speak to that issue. This, I know, is not the question that you asked right now, but to give you some sort of more data-based answer, then I will look into it. I can tell you that at Sagebrush, this instructional coordinator, I just want to make sure that I'm not misspeaking, was a full-time. So this was a full-time position in this particular school. But to your point, yes, I will be looking across the schools to provide insight on that question.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Hoyer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? If not, we will move along. I really appreciate the report, Dr. Hoyer, and look forward to the final, kind of the wrap up on it and how it all relates back to the model.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I think, Dr. Pikus, we have finished most of your presentation, and I think that I think we want you to kind of hang around for later. And then Matt is health insurance update right now. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, correct. So I believe Larry and Alan's presentation is complete. Unless Larry and Alan have any final comments they want to make. Doesn't appear so. Okay, so Mr. Chairman.
No additional.
So Matt, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this next section of the agenda relates to health insurance. This comes back to the committee from conversations during the June meeting. The committee requested some additional details on comparing districts' actual expenditures on health insurance and what the model allocates for health insurance. This will be in your notebooks under tab 2, and then online it is material meeting item number 23-01. And I'll share my screen. I'll bring up the memo as well on the screen for folks to see that way as well. Just some general background comments before I get into the memo. We utilized data from the Department of Education as reported by school districts to complete this analysis. Again, similar data in the department WDE 601 district annual report, which is the accounting, expenditure and revenue data report. And then also the WDE 602, which is the staffing collection. We were able to identify how many staff are partaking in the health insurance plans. And then we identify the number of funding model positions that generate health insurance, and then compare those positions actually hired through the funding model and compare those expenditures on health insurance. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll share my screen. And the first page illustrates in figure 1 the historical health insurance amount per FTE that is generated and provided for each model FTE. So since 2006-07, the base year of $8,169 has increased to this school year in 2021 up to $18,298 per model generated FTE. And if you recall from our conversation in June, the model is based upon a composite of the state's health insurance plan for its employees, and it's a weighted average based upon school district FTE participation in similar health insurance plans: family, single, split contract, employee plus spouse, or employee plus children. So this figure here just illustrates the annual change in dollar terms and then percent terms, and again compares each of the amounts in the model for each model FTE. On page 2, in table 1, this analysis compares the funding model FTEs in each of the last, I believe, 8 years, and compares the model generated FTEs to those actual model positions that partake in the health insurance plans. So there's about, and this has ranged from 79 to 69.9% in these 8 years. We are limited to going only back to school year 2011 and 12 because prior to then, the Department of Education did not collect details on how staff were funded from what funding source. So we limit the, so since 2011-12, the Department of Education is able to identify whether or not staff are funded from state sources, which would be the funding model, or federal sources, or any other funding source such as food service funding. So we've limited the analysis in table 1 to those positions that are funded by state sources that are in the funding model. So we're not including any special education. We're not including any transportation employees. And what the results are that about in 2018-19, 3,600 FTE did not partake in the health insurance plan that were funded through the model. So those 3,600 FTEs, while not partaking, did generate that health insurance amount in the block grant. The next analysis gets into the dollars. And so how much did school districts actually expend on those funding model positions that were actually partaking in health insurance compared to the health insurance resource through the block grant for each of the model generated positions. So table 2 compares in the second column next to the, or the first column next to the school year, how much health insurance funding was allocated through the block grant. And you can see it's increased from 94 million in school year 2006-07 up to 209.7 million in school year 18-19. The next column includes the district's special education health insurance expenditures, excluding any special education and transportation. And I'll get to that in a moment. So when you're comparing those district health insurance expenditures to those model generated health insurance allocations, you can see in school year 6-7 is pretty well aligned, only about a $4.3 million difference. That has increased substantially in school year 2018-19 to a $67.2 million difference. On top of what the model funds, the $209.7 million, districts are reimbursed for the actual health insurance expenditures for their special education and transportation staff. That is an allowable reimbursable cost under those programs. So that second to last column includes that cost. And so for school year 2018-19, the total health insurance expenditures for transportation and special education equaled 42 million. So when you combine the 42 million and the 209.7 million, the funding model or the state's allocation for health insurance totaled $251.75 million. Mr. Chairman, the last table on the memo, it goes on page 4, then over to page 5, is just the district analysis for school year 2018-19. I don't intend to get into details on this. You can pick out your favorite district and see where you lie. But this is just trying to illustrate for the last school year which districts make up the total of that $67 million difference. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll take any questions.
So, Matt, I'm going to ask the first question. So, as my question being, when we looked at the special ed piece, that is a straight reimbursable for actual employees. That would be my first question. And then, if we did that, something like that, similar to that with the rest of health insurance, we see that there's 71% of the, whatever that number was, 71% of actual employees or actual FTEs are receiving health insurance. So we could make some assumptions on what we might save by doing that, but we would not know because districts might go to richer plans if we, have the base plan be the current state model. But is there a reason that why we couldn't do what we're doing in special ed on health insurance for the rest of the employees in the model?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that's just a policy decision for the legislature to make.
And obviously, the other question I have on health insurance before I turn it over is, what about, I assume any employee, like take supervisory aides, where we don't really have that in the model, but those individuals are hired. Likely they're hired with insurance, but that's not anything we have in the model. So we don't provide any of that health insurance. That's just has to all be carved out of somewhere else. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure I was tracking fully on your question. The model does resource supervisory aides. The model does not resource instructional aides.
Okay, instructional aides.
Okay. So, again, I think this is where districts have made their choices, and the analysis we reviewed earlier this morning, in both tutors and in supervisory aides, they hire far fewer positions. And again, it's a block grant. They're choosing on how to allocate those dollars, and also it's up to the employees on which of them participate in a district's health insurance plan. The model has historically generated an amount for health insurance for each of the positions, regardless of whether they partake in the plan or not. But as I responded in your first question, it's a policy decision for the legislature on how they want to proceed on whether it's a reimbursement process or a generation through the block grant, or whether it's a categorical grant. That's all a decision at the legislative level.
Thank you. So now questions, Senator Coe.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I'm trying to nail down here, and I don't know if you can do it, Matt, but clearly we have teachers, and health insurance follows teachers and employees. We've got about 67 million out of the 209 million that the model funds that is the difference between funding model and actual expenditures. And I fully understand that, some cases, maybe the spouse of an employee might have a better insurance plan, so they participate in that. Is there any correlation? I'm sure there is a correlation between the 67 million and ghost teachers that have never been hired out there. Is there any correlation or percentage you can nail out of the 67 million that could be applied to teachers that have never been hired?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Coe, yeah, I think that's a part of it. So certainly, when we looked at the analysis this morning, I believe the difference between the 1920 actual FTEs and what the model's generating this school year, not counting special education summer school extended day and substitute teachers, there's about a 1,400 FTE difference. So yes, that accounts for probably about half of the staff not or the FTE difference between the model FTEs and what districts are enrolling. So yeah, I think about half of that is probably attributable to that, and the other half might be your other comment on their spouse may be partaking in the plan, or some other option. I would also note, this just came to my mind, districts have different thresholds also for when they allow their staff to participate. I think most districts are about 30 hours of time when they have to work in a week to actually participate in the health insurance plan. And so the model may be generating a position or a partial position, and that staff member may be only hired for a part-time position, which is less than what they are allowed to enroll in the district's health insurance plan. So that could be part of it as well.
Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is kind of a two-part question. Looking at both table 1 and table 2, when I look at these kind of tables, I look for when there was a significant change in the numbers. So in table 1, when I look at it, it would be the year 2016-17. There was kind of a shift there. And I'm kind of curious what we know about what might have caused the shift. But then when I look at table 2, the shift occurred in 15-16. So I'm wondering why it occurred there, but then also why were they different years?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Representative Schwartz, I think there's a couple answers. One could be the timing of when districts' health insurance plans have a renewal period. So, the state of Wyoming starts their calendar year January 1. Districts actually may start July 1. So timing could be part of it. That could be part of the explanation. That may be more of the explanation than anything. And I think districts are likely more reactive to what their state resources are than in a real-time basis. I think districts may have a better answer than I can. So that may be something when we get some public comment later this afternoon, they may be in a better position to answer than I can.
Thanks.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, a couple of thoughts and then a question. The first is I think it's just really important to realize that a little over, or I guess it's not quite a sixth of our entire education funding model is health insurance costs. We're not quite there, but pretty close to there. And we see that it's grown tremendously over the past decade. And whether you're looking at the amount that is actually being utilized or whether you're looking at the total funding that's provided, either way, it's a tremendous number. And it's something that I think this committee would struggle to address. I mean, we can always just cut the quality of health insurance. And I wouldn't advocate for that, but hopefully there are other ways we can address this. And we know as a state that we've struggled with the high cost of healthcare, and a lot of the escalation we've seen in education costs in recent years hasn't really been education costs increasing. It's been healthcare costs increasing that has then been integrated into the school foundation program. So when we think that we've been increasing through ECAs the amount of funds available for education, the reality is we haven't. We've just been covering healthcare costs. And I think it's really important that we all look at that. And this is something I asked Mr. Wilmarth to basically produce something similar to this for me about a year ago, because I was curious about the data, and it's pretty staggering. So I think this is something that's very important for us to take a look at and take seriously. The second thing that I think is really important to look at is, as we have taken actions that have decreased the legislative grace over the last few years, districts are trying to make that up, it appears, by reducing the availability of health insurance benefits, which is why we see it's one of the reasons why we would see an increase in that gap on table 2, the difference between funding model and actual expenditures, which has grown substantially in recent years. because it has to come from somewhere. I know in my district, this is on the transportation side, so it's over on the direct reimbursement side, so it's not in the number that I just referenced. But one of the ways that we've been saving money is just having our bus drivers work less hours so that we don't have to provide them with health insurance, and that's a dramatic decrease to the overall cost to the district while providing the same wage theoretically. I know that takes place elsewhere. And that brings me to one more point, and then I'll ask the question of Drs. Pikus and Auden on this point. But this difference, while we might be tempted to just say that, well, that's money that needs to go away, I think it's important as we're doing the recalibration to realize that it is being spent somewhere else. It just means that there's $67 million that should have gone to health insurance, but didn't, and was instead spent somewhere else outside of the intent of the model, which again, I guess gets back to a question Senator Hicks has asked a lot, which is where is that money going? And we know that it's just going elsewhere in the model where we might be underfunding or not recognizing the needs. So it's not as if we can just wipe it away or do a categorical grant that requires that it all be expended, because that just shorts the model somewhere else where the block grant is utilizing it in that fashion. I think that's important to realize also. But one question I have for Drs. Pikus and Auden is, do any other states or districts that you're aware of look at compensation instead of salary and then separately benefits as a concept? And what I'm getting at is you theoretically have a package on a per teacher or per FTE basis that includes not just the salary that we look at, but it includes salary, it includes probably health insurance, it includes some type of retirement, and that sum adds up to the important number, which is effectively the compensation per FTE at a given level. But we always disaggregate it, and I was curious if you have seen that aggregated when it's looked at in other circumstances, recognizing that there's some fungibility to that value, and it's the total compensation package for an employee that really matters as a first approximation, and then there's obviously cash flow, which matters a lot too. But I'm curious if you've seen that elsewhere.
Matt?
Oh, that was, Mr. Chairman, that was
Sorry.
for Drs. Pikus or Auden. I don't
Okay,
know.
gotcha.
Maybe Matt has a comment on it, but probably not. Yeah.
Dr. Pikus?
Mr. Co-Chair and Senator Rothfuss, I think pretty much most adequacy studies that we're aware of, including all of ours, have salaries plus health benefits, plus pension, plus unemployment, plus disability insurance. So they cover all the things that are really covered in the Wyoming formula. And they tend to do them in a disaggregated way. So rather than saying, they may talk about it sometime that a teacher may cost $100,000 overall, but they don't look at it initially as an overall compensation figure, and that's it. They look at it as the salary level, which you want to be at, at a particular market position that works for you, plus all these other benefits and pension. The one place where there are policy options is sort of like what you do on pension is, if the pension, let's say overall contribution is going to be 15%, then there is a policy option as to what percentage points of that would be employee and what percentage points of that would be either state or district. The same could be said about healthcare. That is, well, you might say healthcare costs on average $18,000. You put it on all elements of the model, but you could say that we're going to assume that a portion of that would be paid for by the employee. I think the reason that it's been pretty much fully covered health insurance in Wyoming is that's what's done for state employees. And so I think there was either an informal or a formal decision to do the same for public school employees. And actually South Dakota, when they addressed this issue, did the same thing as you all are doing. And they covered with the same amount that they paid overall on average at the state level in their school funding formula.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll stop there.
Are there any other questions of Matt on the health insurance piece?
Mr. Chairman, I'll just follow up on Senator Office's question. We had, I want to say either in 2011 or 2012, the Hay Group, who did some work for the executive branch, did do some work for K-12 education on trying to find some market-based approach on salaries and on compensation. My recollection is that the benefit or the compensation piece on top of salaries was very difficult to nail down on surrounding states because it varied drastically. And so I will try to find that report and send it out to the committee for their information.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman, on that. He's frozen. Who wants to say follow up? Okay.
Senator Ruffus.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, the question I have is, it's all state funds. It's all coming as compensation. There are certain advantages pre-tax and after tax. It's exchanges when you decrease the quality of a health insurance plan, for example, and raise the deductible. What that effectively does is just decrease your take-home cash because that gets offset by the deductible. So to me, we move things around as if they're different, but typically at the end of the day, it's part of a comprehensive compensation package. And it almost seems like the more flexibility there that we provide to the employee instead of micromanage it on the state side, the better we can have a product that meets their individual interests as well as trying to help us to keep the costs down. But maybe that's not the case. So that's kind of what I'm looking for, Mr. Wilmarth, is, what else is out there, and is there anybody that's kind of looking at the more whole picture than salary, where salary is only one aspect of a compensation package. And we know that we have some districts that provide very good health insurance. We have others that take and scrape off a portion of the health insurance allocation for every employee and provide a lower quality service. Some provide just a similar service at a similar price. So when we look only at salaries and don't incorporate the total compensation package, I don't think that we're getting the full picture. And I also don't think that we're then accurately evaluating the market forces that come into play when total compensation is what is key from a market standpoint, but we only look at salary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Wilmarth.
Are there any other questions of Matt? If not, Matt, I'm sure this is not the last we'll hear of health insurance. I don't know how good my internet is, so I think we are ready for public comment. And so Matt or whoever's gonna pop in the public comment. People, maybe, I know we have Brian Farr.
We keep losing you, Albert.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you're cutting in and out, but we've permitted Mr. Farmer and Mr. DeCaria from the School Boards Association. You had requested specifically that they be put on the agenda and provide public comment. So they should be ready to go here, and we have a few other in the waiting room, and we can either let those folks in now, or if you want to have them come in one at a time, whatever your preference is.
Probably one at a time.
Okay.
And so Brian and Ken, welcome. And we look forward to your comments.
Thank you, Mr.
Brian,
Chairman.
go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Brian Farmer with Wyoming School Boards Association. Mr. DeCaria is joining me today. And we want to begin not only by thanking you for the time today, but thanking the Wyoming legislature. Truly, Wyoming is a state to be envied. Wyoming has done a fantastic job at making education a priority and its focus on education. That's true from our very beginning, Mr. Chairman. Education has a special place in Wyoming's Constitution, and the belief that education would be the very cornerstone of our state was articulated by Wyoming's forefathers. If you look at the words of our territorial governors and many of Wyoming's forefathers, they talked about a duty that they owed to their state, to their posterity, and they say to all of mankind, to make education a cornerstone of the state. And Mr. Chairman, that's not just words, that's been a reality. In my own personal circumstance, Mr. Chairman, my family came to this state shortly after statehood. My grandfather, my father, myself, my children are all products of a fantastic Wyoming educational system, and many generations of Wyomingites have been beneficiaries of that system. So I think Wyoming really ought to be proud. We don't stand on our laurels, Mr. Chairman. In the Wyoming Accountability in Education Act, we say that Wyoming ought to be a leader among states. And that certainly has been something that has been a focus of education in Wyoming. Mr. Chairman, I think when we talk about that educational program for Wyoming, the guidance that the courts have given, the guidance from your attorneys, and our belief is that you really first begin with the definition of the educational program. You, the legislature, set out what it is that we expect from an educational program in Wyoming, and then you go about the process of costing that educational program. Really, that is the work that you're engaged in now, the recalibration, the costing of that educational program, and then you fund it. Mr. Chairman, I think it's critically important to look at Drs. Pikus and Auden's memo, or really their presentation. If you look at slide number 9 from their presentation, I think it's a beautiful picture. It really lays out what that funding model looks like. Slide number 9 is the evidence-based model, and it begins with staffing of core programs, per pupil resources, central office resources, resources for struggling students, and then those impacts that are specific to Wyoming. Mr. Chairman, it's kind of something that is difficult to create. I think you can go back to the MAP model, the predecessor of the Pikus and Auden model, and you'll know that no model will ever fit all Wyoming districts. It simply doesn't exist a model that's going to work perfectly, that we can say Wyoming districts align perfectly with it. The beauty of the block grant concept that we have today is that it allows for flexibility and it allows for local control. With a block grant, you provide sufficient resources for the provision of a quality education in Wyoming. And locally elected school board members are the ones who determine what is the proper use of those resources. And so you have those locally elected officials, individuals who run for office, who are elected by the same people that vote you into office, and they make the determination. They are, in fact, the public in the oversight of public education. Mr. Chairman, I think when we look at what has been created, I think we've talked about in the past a variance between this evidence-based model and the legislative model. Mr. Wilmarth has created some wonderful resources for you to kind of examine where is it different and how is it different. But Mr. Chairman, I would submit that those two models have really converged. As a matter of fact, if you look at the difference in funding, the legislative model and the evidence-based model are somewhere 15 million, maybe a little bit more than that dollars off. But Mr. Chairman, that's 1%. That's a 1% difference between the evidence-based model and the legislative model. So there are really no more ornaments on the tree. And what we're looking at now is we're looking at a resource to adequately fund education. I think your conversations in these last couple of days have pointed out some of the alarming pieces of costs of education. When you see an increase in the cost of education over time, that's really primarily due to four factors. The first of those is ADM, average daily membership. Mr. Chairman, when we have a per pupil resource and we have more kids, it's going to cost more. You go back and you look 10 years ago, we had fewer students than we have today. So people are certainly a driver of cost in the system, more students. The second one you just talked about, health insurance. It's alarming to me when you see a 10% per year sort of increase. That's the kind of thing that Mr. Wilmarth has used in his projections. And when you look back over the history, it may well average that. Sometimes it's a little bit more, sometimes it's a little bit less. But the cost of health insurance, that's not unique to education. And frankly, that's not unique to Wyoming. That's an alarming cost increase that's really in a cost-based system passing along costs. The other two factors are inflation. ECAs are not grants of grace. They're not the legislature saying, well, education did a good job, so we'll give them a little bit more. ECA, the external cost adjustment, really is an inflation adjustment. Again, in a cost-based system, you are maintaining the cost of education. The other driver of education costs over these last several years has been special education. In some ways, that's tied to the costs of healthcare. But again, Mr. Wilmarth has generally used a factor of 4% per year as an inflationary factor for special education. So, Mr. Chairman, I think when you look at increases over time, we really are talking about factors that are cost-driven or cost-based. Mr. Chairman, I think when we've looked at the model, I'm a little bit reminded of 2015. Senator Coe, I remember sitting in Cody and talking over component by component of the model. And after a time, and the public kept saying, well, we like this, we don't like that. Piece by piece, there are things that we like. But at the end of the day, you asked, are you happy with what you got? And everybody in the room said, yeah, we're happy with what we've got. And you say, do you like the model better? People said, no, we don't really like the model any better. And so we kind of stuck with what we've got. That's what we have today, a sufficient resource for the provision of education in a cost-based framework. Mr. Chairman, we did share a couple of documents with you that I'd like to refer to. First is a document that we provided on attainment in Wyoming, NAEP results. And really, I just want to point to this for the purposes of identifying how Wyoming has received a bang for its buck when we talk about education. Just earlier this month, the 2020 quality report or quality counts report came out, national ranking of schools. In 2018, Wyoming was 7th best in the nation, the best in the West. In 2019, Wyoming climbed a rank, 6th best in the nation, best in the West. In 2020, we climbed one more step, 5th in the nation, best in the West. And we can compare ourselves to our surrounding states, and particularly when we look at our NAEP scores, the National Assessment for Educational Progress, and we can look at ourselves and compare ourselves to how we rank in the nation. And particularly, Mr. Chairman, when we look at performance at the 4th grade level, Wyoming does an outstanding job. When we look at performance for the at-risk students, Wyoming does an outstanding job. Overall, really, Wyoming is about 5th in the nation when we look at our national ranking for NAEP scores. And you can compare that with surrounding states and find that Wyoming performs the best among our surrounding states. So I think there is evidence that the evidence-based model is producing quality education in Wyoming. But with that, I would also agree that that's not good enough for Wyoming. Wyoming has said we want to be a leader among states. And so we always endeavor to do better. I think that is a challenge for the educational system in Wyoming. Mr. Chairman, I think the beauty of the system really is that it provides a flexibility, a block grant. Locally elected officials have the ability to say, where there's a little bit more resource, we can fund things that are not funded adequately in the model. Rather than nitpick and say, I don't like this program of the model, or I don't like that program, maybe it's not appropriate for CTE or professional development or materials that seem to have deflated in the 2020 model. Rather than pick at that to say, you know, so long as there's flexibility, it's sufficient. It provides enough for districts to do what they need to do. Mr. Chairman, if you want to know the areas where school districts don't have sufficient funding, where they're transferring that funding, I think salaries is one really important place. We provided you with another memo on teacher counts and salaries. In the other memo that we provided for you, it does identify that Wyoming currently employs 879, 880, I guess, teachers fewer than called for by the model. Yet when you look at the salaries expended, we're spending 97% of the dollars intended for teacher salaries on teacher salaries. If we were to actually employ those individuals at the salaries the market demands, it would cost us nearly an additional $54 million. Nearly an additional $54 million. I think that's true the same if you look at other categories of staff, Mr. Chairman. You can find that we don't employ the full number called for in the model, but we are employing those salary dollars at about that same rate, 97% overall, not just for teachers. So I think what's clear is that when we're looking for areas that are either not adequately funded or not funded by the model, salaries is perhaps top of the list. Other areas include school safety. Districts have made choices about keeping their schools safe, largely driven by what they feel the public has called for the safety of schools. Nutrition services, another area that is not adequately funded by the model, subsidizing by local districts. IT, information technology, supplies, activities, utilities, and property insurance. Those are the biggest areas that are not funded by the model. If you look at property insurance alone, the cost of property insurance has increased dramatically. Wyoming's spending money on building incredible assets. Our public schools are not just great places of learning. In many places, they're the center of Wyoming communities, and we have to take care of those. And the dollars that are allocated for property insurance are simply inadequate to meet market demands. So, Mr. Chairman, I think what I really want to go back to is that at the end of the day, this model is a model driven by people. It's driven by ADM, which is our students, and it's driven by salaries and benefits of our employees. As a former school board member, I can tell you, budgets in a school district are about 85% on people. When you're spending, when you're budgeting, you're putting your money into people. That makes Wyoming school districts the largest employers in many of our communities. They are providing not just an education to students, they're providing jobs in Wyoming's communities. And Mr. Chairman, as I look ahead, as I think about what comes next, I think your discussion over salaries becomes a critical discussion. And there's a couple of things that I'd like to point out, a couple of things I'd like to suggest as you look at salaries coming up. You've talked about a number of $38,000, a base salary, base in the model. Wyoming districts actually pay an average much closer to $45,000. So there's about that $7,000 difference of what a district pays than what the model provides. In all of the charts and graphs I've ever seen from Dr. Stoddard, every one of them uses the amount Wyoming pays. When we look at the trend line and we say, what does Wyoming salaries look like compared to South Dakota? Every single one of them uses actual salary dollars. You really ought to have a trend line in there that looks at model salary dollars. Because if you look at model salary, Wyoming's model salary of $38,000 falls below Idaho's salary, falls below Utah's salary, falls below South Dakota's salary. It is not the leader in the nation with what we fund. The only reason it's a leader in the region is because districts have made up that $7,000 difference. That comes from somewhere. It comes from somewhere else in the model that districts are taking from in order to do that. If you want to look at a reality in terms of the model weighted average, Matt just suggested to you that that's in the Kuru report, and in fact it is. In the last year, that number is closer to 53. 53,000 is the funding model weighted average salary, 52,819 to be exact, in school year 18-19, versus the actual average, which is closer to 58,000. So our actual averages are about $6,000 different. That's we're losing ground. You can already see it from the 7,000 that we start with that base salary. So, Mr. Chairman, another thing that we need to look at when we think about those salaries is rates of change. When you compare salaries of our surrounding states and how they are changing now, you will see our surrounding states are among leaders in the nation at the rate of growth of teacher salaries. So, for example, NEA statistics look at salaries of Idaho teachers. Those are the second highest rate of growth from 2016-17 to 2017-18. Nebraska, third highest in the nation. Montana, sixth highest in the nation. They are catching up, Mr. Chairman. Our neighbors are putting more dollars into salaries and they're catching up. Wyoming's teacher salary average is somewhere around 16th, 17th best in the nation. And so we need to pay attention, not just to what Wyoming actually pays, but we need to pay attention to what Wyoming funds. Because if we want a fidelity to a model, we have to have a model that's much closer to reality. If we want a fidelity and say, why aren't districts adhering to the model? The reality is that the model doesn't fund what the real cost is. Mr. Chairman, just a couple of weeks ago, the governor made a statement. He said that he hopes that Wyoming districts have discussions, that local school boards talk with their communities about what budget cuts might look like. And I visited with the governor after his statements, and we talked a little bit about that. And we talked about that number of what would a 10% cut do? And just by way of example, I don't have the exact numbers, but Mr. Chairman, if you look at a school district like Laramie County School District number 1, they've got over 2,000 employees. So yes, you can cut some programs. 15% or so of your budget is not invested in people, but to get to a cut of 10%, you're going to be cutting people. So there might be somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 jobs on the block in Cheyenne. If we're talking about a 10% cut. If we're talking about the state doing less, the state being in dire times, being in a place where we can't do everything that we used to do, the governor has told us that the state's going to do less. Perhaps a reality of education funding that is based on a cost-based funding is that if we're looking for cuts, we might have to talk about what less would we expect from schools? What would be an acceptable less for schools to do in order to achieve similar levels of cuts? And I guess, Mr. Chairman, the last point or the last thing that I would want to bring to your attention is that I think it's really important to look at the fiscal profile. To think about the areas that are funded by the School Foundation program that are not schools. Mr. Chairman, there are dollars that go to the Wyoming Challenge Academy. There are dollars that go to ETS, that go to the Wyoming Department of Education, that go to a whole host of things that are not schools. And I think it's important that we look as well at those areas as we talk about where is there room for efficiency? Where is there room for us to find ways of saving school foundation dollars? But Mr. Chairman, at the end of the day, I believe it's a choice. It's a choice for Wyoming of what are we going to do for the educational program that we provide for our students? Are we going to fund it? Are we going to do the best that we can do? Are we going to uphold what Wyoming has always done and provide a educational system that is a leader among states? Number 5 in the nation is pretty doggone good, but heck, I'd like to see us keep climbing that ladder, Mr. Chairman. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. DeCaria for any further comment, and we'd be happy to answer questions that you may have.
Thank you, Brian, and welcome, Ken.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the committee. I just also want to thank you for all the time and energy and hard work you've been putting into this and all the thoughtful discussion. But Mr. Chairman, I don't think I have much to add to Mr. Farmer's comments. I think we all understand how important education is to the state of Wyoming and to those students in the classroom. And Mr. Chairman, with that, we stand ready to help in any way that we can. So thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Brian. Just a quick note. I think it is important for everybody to recognize that there are many pieces. There's 3 pieces of this deficit. One is basically your school foundation, and the other one is agencies, and the other one is school capital construction. And as we look at what we're going to do with that deficit, we certainly should, as Brian suggested, we need to look at all of those pieces, not just at the classroom. And so with that, Senator Rothfuss, I thought I saw your hand up for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, question for Brian. I appreciate the nuanced discussion, which I think is very important, about the difference between how we treat the model average salary and the real average salary in the state, and how we do analysis on the real value. But I wanted to get your thoughts on how that is reflected in ECAs as well, and how the difference between our real model and the funding model influences the outcome of the ECA analysis that we do each year. So if you could provide a little bit of background on the effect that has as well, I'd appreciate it.
Brian?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Rothfuss, I think there are probably many experts on the external cost adjustment, Mr. Wilmarth and others. But of course, there are the four components of the ECA, the classified staff, non-classified staff, materials, and essentially utilities. But again, at the end of the day, the big piece of any ECA comes down to people. It's inflationary adjustments for individuals. And so in these last couple of years, we've seen 1 point something percent as a external cost adjustment to cover the inflationary factor for salaries. And so as that's then applied to the model, then districts have a choice of, well, what are we going to do with that? Are we going to pass along those dollars directly as we enter into negotiations with staff? Are we going to look at increasing health costs? Are we going to perhaps look at things like bonuses instead of raises? But at the end of the day, most districts are passing along that ECA exactly dollar for dollar as it comes to the employee. So when you talk about a funding model weighted average, that dollar from the Curry report, that's with all of the adjustments that comes in it. So when you look at the ECA and its adjustments and whatnot, that then makes its way into model salaries. So we are seeing those numbers changing year after year. And that's why you can say that it's $52,819 is because that number is adjusted for all factors and then averaged over the number of employees. That's a different number for school year 18-19 than it would have been in school year 17-18, for example.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up.
Thank you, Brian. And the along the same lines, it's my understanding that over the years, as we've calculated what an ECA should be then for those classified and non-classified employees, we've always based the ECA recommendation on wage pressures associated with the market salary, and then applied that to the model salary. And what do you see as the implication of that difference in how we calculate it versus how we apply it?
Brian?
Mr. Chairman, I think you're starting to see Senator Rothfuss was a better math student than I was at Natrona County High School. But I think at the end of the day, I think what you're seeing is you're seeing gradual adjustments to that base salary. So the model continues to be off from market, but it continues to be off from market at the inflationary rate when the ECA is actually granted. We can go back a couple of years ago, there was an ECA granted and then ECA rescinded. And so the ECA has not been consistently applied over time. So I don't know that we can actually say that the model continues to be off from the real market by the factor of an ECA, because the ECA has failed to be consistent over the course of history.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Brian and Ken, this is kind of the question for both of you, and then to get to Ken's closing remarks. But Brian, when I listened through your presentation, I didn't find a lot of solutions in there. What I heard is pontificating for the status quo. But the one thing I did think that you said that was very important is, as you said, that local school boards are charged with the oversight of the public education. And I guess we would both concur that that's probably an accurate statement at the local level. But one of the things that again, that I didn't hear from you was a lot of solutions other than arguing for the status quo. Ken, your closing remark was, well, what can we do? So what I would like to see is what we can do is when we have to close the gap, gentlemen, we're looking at a $510 million deficit for K through 12. That doesn't even get us to the $900 million in general funds. So if the school boards are going to position themselves to say, we want the status quo, then my expectation as to what you can do to help, then I would say that every school board in the state of Wyoming needs to go out and have a series of public meetings asking the public which tax increases that they're willing to impose upon themselves. Because Brian, that gets back to your thing. If it truly the local boards are the oversight of public education, then they certainly have a shared responsibility in trying to solve the budget shortfall. So when I look through the numbers, gentlemen, if we implemented a 5% sales tax or a 5% personal income tax, that generates 147 million. Well, that doesn't get us to the 510. So then let's add on another 22% increase to the sales tax. That generates about 230,000. Well, we're still not at the 510. So now let's add a residential property tax and increase those by 22 million. And all of a sudden we're up to a little over that $510 million. So that's what it's going to take to close that gap. So when, Mr. Farmer, when are we going to have school boards going out advocating for substantial or massive 20 to 20% increases in taxes to pay for the status quo? Can you help me out with when that's going to happen?
Mr. Farmer.
Mr. Chairman, I think that that's an important conversation for all of Wyoming to have. I think that's an important conversation for boards to have with their local communities. I think that's an important conversation for legislators to have with their communities. Mr. Chairman, I believe the reason that we are advocating what may be termed as status quo is that we're advocating for a cost-based system. A cost-based system that adequately funds the cost of providing education. And so I think if we want to have conversations about a different educational program, that those are conversations that should be had at the local level. If we want to have conversations about increased revenue, I wouldn't disagree, Senator Hicks. I think in surrounding states, in Nebraska, when they want to raise that property tax and they want to have more money for schools, oftentimes school districts play a large role in doing that. And so I do think that those are community conversations to be had. And we certainly do encourage our school boards to have those conversations with their communities. Either what would you be willing to do, or what would you want to see different in your educational system?
So just a comment from me first, Senator Hicks, and then I'll get back to you on a follow-up. You know, one thing that I've asked the school boards to give me, my local ones and others, is, you know, what are the impacts of a 10 or a 20% cut? I think that's fair to ask them that, but to ask them to reduce the model from what is considered a constitutional model, that I don't think is fair. But if you ask them, well, what are the implications of the cuts we might do? I think that's a fair question to ask. But Senator Hicks, follow up, and then I'll go to Representative Harshman.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So just one follow up. I would be curious from your gentlemen's perspectives. is what do you see how are the districts going to deploy the $200 million that they currently have in reserves to support any shortfalls that may come through in their programs? So where do those reserves come into play, or do they ever? We're still sitting on 1997 and 2012 or 2002 reserves in some districts. So how is that money going to be deployed in the current scenario?
Mr. Farmer.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a complex question that would require a complex answer. To give a very general answer to that, statewide average reserve is about 11%. And so there is a cap of 15%. And so if we were to do a straight across the board 10% cut, one option for a school district would be to use their reserve in its entirety. We're going to cut out the reserve in its entirety as a 10% cut. The legislature has talked about whether or not there's wisdom in cutting out a reserve in its entirety in 1 year. Those are discussions to be had. I do think other options or other discussions to be had are looking at what do districts use their reserves for. For many districts, there are cash flow issues. And so for some of our districts, that reserve pays payroll over the summer until the next payment comes that will make sure that the district has an operating cash flow. And so reserves are used for different things in different districts.
And just of a note, in my districts that have a lot of gas production, and often cases when you have NOVCs, when they come back in with adjustments on taxes, it takes sometimes a huge reserve to pay that off before you get reimbursed by the state of Wyoming, by the school foundation program. So there is a cash flow, and if you have a company go broke, belly up, bankrupt, it's the same thing. And I know in my district and in Representative Barlow's district, we have seen plenty of that over time, and the need for those reserves to just maintain cash flow. Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I just want to, and Senator Hicks, you sent out to the legislature those two documents yesterday, and I think you just referred to that one. I think education had it as far as it's titled Wyoming's Estimated Tax Capacity. And I think it's just, if I heard you right, I mean, I just think it's important that we don't confuse 2-year numbers with 1-year numbers, biennial with annual. And I think those tax numbers that you quoted were annual numbers, on the sales tax, 229 million. You double that in fact about solves our biennial school deficit, a 1 penny sales tax. And so I think it's important to do that piece of it. But I think the deal we're really, and Mr. Co-Chair, if you just allow me a little grace here, but our issue, and it's tough, it's coal. I mean, we all know it. I mean, it was, I think we mined 300 million tons for the first time in 1998. Well, we're going to mine under 200 million tons this year. And we were over 400 million tons for a decade. And so, 450. So we've lost 250 million tons a year. Coal, that's about $400 million a year. Gone. And it's dropping. And so oil is going to come back. We know that. Oil and gas, it'll come back, it'll go away, it'll come back. But this coal thing is different. It's been our base, for 40 years, and it's just improved, at 3% a year, just like most states kind of tax bases. And that foundation's gone. And so how do you replace that $400 million and growing, the 250 million tons of coal? I don't know that answer. And, but boy, we're going to have to kind of work on it, figure it out. But I think the key thing is and I think I'm right on this, Senator Hicks, just make sure we're doing the 2-year and the 1 year. And it's easy to do with our biennial setup, but for folks out there, and I think we should make this chart public too. I think it was used in one of our committees. I don't know if it's out there public, Matt can probably, but I think it's good education for us and for our citizens we represent to kind of see where Wyoming is at. And we've been so blessed with minerals. I mean, it just shows you more and more the blessing we've had. And then I guess finally, I would just say, I think, you know, we tried to raise that threshold for schools to save, to grow their LSRA, so to speak. And we were unsuccessful, but I think local boards are going to do what we're doing. We're going to hang on as long as we can and use our reserves, use every tool in the toolbox, and try to avoid Armageddon on this deal. But that 250 million, soon to be 300 million tons of coal a year, that's a tough issue to tackle and how we replace that. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that little grace there to commentate on that comment. Thanks.
Senator Landon.
Chairman, thank you. And I just wanted to commend you and the committee on a good couple of days, and come back to I think sort of a prevailing topic that continually came up over those 2 days, and maybe go to Mr. Farmer for any thoughts that he might have. You indicated, Brian, that we have 880 teaching positions that are not filled out across the 48 districts based toward the model. But I think more of concern to me is some of those positions that we can't hire. And then on top of that, you brought some information to us today that reminds us that the states around us are really going after teachers at a time when we've got a national teacher shortage. I can remember sitting in an appropriations committee meeting about 3 or 4 years ago in Thermopolis and receiving testimony from superintendents, particularly in the southwest part of the state, who were indicating to us that they're beginning to feel a real pinch in their ability to even hire teachers. So I guess a couple of questions. One is, how many of those positions that you quoted to us are positions that can't be hired now? And what are you hearing from your boards out across the state with regard to their ability to hire teachers? How tight is it getting?
Mr. Farmer.
Mr. Chairman, I think, again, a complex question that may require a complex answer, because each of those 880 positions has its own story in some ways. So, for example, you could look at Laramie County School District number 1, and there may not be enough classrooms, actual physical classrooms, to put all of the teachers in that may be generated by the model. And so the state, in its backlog of building buildings, may need additional buildings for a teacher. So a district may decide we have had a gap, but as we've had facilities, we've narrowed that gap, we've shortened that gap. For others, it's been deliberate. You don't always have kids born in the perfect order. Sometimes, they divide up and they work out into classes just perfectly. Sometimes you need to have a smaller, inefficient class because of the way that birth orders come about, population bubbles. Sometimes you'll see those happen, population bubbles that move their way through the system. So each of those different numbers probably has its own story as to why not hire. Some of it's deliberate action on the part of the district to transfer salary dollars from positions vacated to actually pay for teachers as we have them. But I think you bring up a very, very important point, and that's this teacher shortage. This is a nationwide crisis. Those on the Education Committee have heard from Dean Reutzel at the College of Education, University of Wyoming, about the severity of a teaching shortage. And you've heard previously from districts such as Sweetwater County School District number 2 about having to compete with salaries from Utah that are increasing at a very rapid rate. So what can they do to take care of those teachers? Mr. Speaker talks about states doing things to take care of teachers' salaries and getting a jump on it. South Dakota passed a half-cent sales tax in South Dakota specifically for teacher salaries. They knew they needed to be more competitive, and so they have done what they could to increase salaries. Oklahoma, near the bottom in the nation for teacher salaries, put almost $500 million additional into education because they knew if they're at the bottom, they're not going to be able to hire teachers. So some of this is absolutely due to hard to hire positions, but more than that, it's about the pressures on a market where there is a competition for teachers. And we here today, you used to hear about it's hard to find a speech pathologist. Yeah, it's hard to find special education teachers. Yeah, we've known that all along. But you're even hearing of districts today that are having a hard time finding elementary teachers. That's even a reality that we experience today. I think last year, the Education Committee heard from Sweetwater County School District number 1 that had to start the year, I can't remember the number, 25 teachers down. They just could not hire people to fill the positions that they had. So it's absolutely a thing to be concerned about. And the reality of what the teaching salary market really looks like.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Mr. Farmer, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Senator. Brian, I have a question on the health insurance piece. So I mentioned earlier that, what if and obviously it's going to cut you guys, and I understand that, and you don't like that. But if we go to a reimbursable model on health insurance for positions that are in the model, and I'm asking this from a cash flow basis. Does it put you in a bind on cash flow if it's reimbursable versus you might have to front load it or something at the beginning? But what would that do to you guys from a cash flow standpoint?
So, Mr. Chairman, I think that is best illustrated by special education transportation and what happened to school districts with a special ed cap. With unanticipated increases, there certainly was a bubble that was very difficult for some districts. I don't know that we've had comprehensive conversations. I think it's an idea that we can certainly talk with our districts about. We've been having conversations with school districts, trying to ask them for what their reactions, their thoughts are. We'd be happy to have a conversation like that with school districts. Mr. Chairman, one thing I would say about direct reimbursement on health insurance is that I don't know what would happen to that number moving forward. I think districts have in part made decisions that they've made based around the idea of coming up with a comprehensive package. And if it were to be a straight reimbursement model, I could not say that the numbers would stay the same over time. I don't know what that would look like.
And Brian, I agree. Obviously, probably the price of the program, there's no reason to have a lower funded health insurance policy if you're not going to get the benefit of doing that if you're a school board member. But probably the number of employees that are covered or not covered might not change a whole lot.
Mr. Chairman,
Dollars would.
I would agree with that. Mr. Chairman, I would share a story. I don't know if it's any value at all from days that I worked for the state. When I worked for the Department of Corrections, and we did construction projects, and we were dealing with contractors and change orders, and we were saying, doggone it, we keep seeing these prices increase and increase. How can we manage this? And same thing with inmate health care. We would see the price increase and increase, and we said, how can we manage this? And an idea that we came up with at that time was about incentivizing it, sharing a benefit of lowered cost. The state gets half, and the contractor got half. We did that with both prison health and with buildings. And it did have some impact. We saw lower costs, and contractors were incentivized to save.
It's an interesting idea. Any other questions for Brian before we move on to other folks? Well, Brian and Ken, I appreciate your testimony and your years of working on issues in education. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You.
And I see a Mr. Laird. And I don't know if he's attached with Mr. Smith or if they're different. It looks like they're the same. So welcome, Mr. Smith and Mr. Laird, and please feel free to provide us some testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Ron Laird. I'm the Commissioner of the Wyoming High School Activities Association. I also would like to thank the legislature for your continued support of activities. After listening to your, as described, robust discussion yesterday, I do see that several of you do appreciate activities and understand that there are benefits to those activities. And that's what I would like to share with you today, is what we believe those benefits are and why we hope that you will continue to support the activities as you have. First of all, we believe that it does enrich each student's educational experience. As a matter of fact, our tagline at the association is educational activities increase the educational experience of those students. We believe it promotes student academic achievement. We have criteria that those students must meet, and so that is a motivator for several of them. We develop good citizenship and healthy lifestyles through activities. And I think it also promotes positive school and community relations. This is my 43rd year in education in Wyoming. And one of the things that I think is unique and that I'm proud of being from Wyoming is that the schools are still the center of our communities. Even in our current COVID situation, you can see the pride and the importance activities bring to our communities. I've always used the term when I talk about activities as being the laboratory of life lessons, and those skills that they learn through activities can't always be taught in the classroom. And the self-discipline and self-confidence, the teamwork and work ethic that they develop through these, time management being very important with all the practices and travel and different things that they do through a season, setting goals and in today's age, conflict resolution is one that I think they really do learn through activities. And because of those life lessons, there are several indicators that show that by participating, they are successful later in life by being part of activities at the high school level. I think that activities also prepare our students to be able to work with others, which in turn allows those students to go on to be productive contributing members of our society. We also believe that activities are the #1 dropout prevention program that we have. As mentioned yesterday, some of our kids come to school because of the activities, and they need the structure of being on a team and being held to an academic standard. And as I mentioned before, activities really are a motivator for those students. I fear that if we start eliminating programs or if we make such severe cuts, it could force our school districts to look at maybe a pay-to-play situation, which then would create the haves and have-nots. And unfortunately, a lot of the have-nots, there'll be those very kids that need those activities and that need those structure. We have some data that shows students that participate in activities have higher GPAs and higher graduation rates that a couple of our school districts did a few years ago. And so I would at this time like to introduce our president of our WHSA board, Mr. Ben Smith. He's superintendent of schools for Bighorn 1, and he'd like to share some of that data. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And Mr. Smith, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity just to share a few thoughts with you in relation to the impact that student activities have on our students. We realize that it's a very small percentage of these kids that are going to go on to do college scholarships. It's less than 2% that actually go on to do college scholarships. It's 1 in 16,000 get the opportunity to play, go on professionally. It does happen. We have obviously Logan Wilson that's going on and this year and participating, and I had the opportunity, my nephew that played at Grable and went on and had a 13-year career with the Pittsburgh Steelers. That doesn't happen very often. So we realize that it's really those life lessons and those things that kids are going to get through participating that's going to make a difference in their lives. I remember when I was coaching back several years ago, I read a study of Fortune 500 companies and their CEOs. And their CEOs, 98% of them indicated the number one thing that allowed them to be successful was high school activities and being involved in high school activities. And so those experiences that they have, it plays such an important role. It may be those being involved in winning a championship and what a difference that makes and the camaraderie that gives being a part of a team like that. Or it may be even singing in a choir, having had that opportunity myself as well. It kind of generates that same flow of being in that group and having that magic happen that takes place. So with both the sports piece of it, the athletics and the activities, they both play such a critical part. We talked yesterday, you mentioned yesterday, it came up in the conversation that Wyoming is unique, and no doubt Wyoming is unique. We do have a higher participation rate than states around us. Last year, we had 25,249 high school students across the state, and 16,905 of them participated in activities. So that's about a 67%. Across the nation, the national average is about 50%. So, and we are at about 67%. So there's a lot of great things that are happening within our schools that are allowing, giving kids those great opportunities. I wanted to just share a couple of thoughts in 67% as a whole, but in our small schools, that's significantly higher. Lots of times in small schools, it's between 90 and 95% of those students that are involved in activities. That's such a critical piece that plays. I have a school school study that took place over 3 years, 90%, 92%, 92% of their students that were involved in activities. In relation to the GPAs, they looked at and studied that, and individuals that were not involved in activities, their GPA was a 79.82. And the percentage of those that are involved in 5 or more activities, so not just 1, but 5 or more activities, 94.06 was their percentage rate. To just made such a difference in their grades and the expectations that they have. So that's just important information. The other thing I would share with you is a larger district as well. One of the things over a 3-year average of those that participated in activities had a 93% graduation rate. Those that did not participate in any activities was a 66% graduation rate. That was over a 3-year study. 3 schools that I have been involved with and the 3 high schools that I have been involved with, every dropout was a non-participant, was someone that did not participate at all in activities. So we just, again, encourage you to know that it's such an important role. We know that you have important decisions to make. It's a critical time right now, and particularly now as through this COVID piece of students being involved in activities, it's been such a breath of fresh air to see them involved and up and going again. And so we just encourage you to take that into consideration as you're making these important decisions and looking at us moving forward. And I guess the only thing I would end with was just saying God bless you during this this time to help us through this process.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I have a quick question before I open it up for questions. And you know, I've heard over the years and kind of come to agree with people that you guys are kind of the tail that wags the dog rather than the dog wag the tail. And by that, I mean, you can drive a lot of the costs in activities by how you schedule and where you put who, where, and probably some of the, I guess as it regards to activities, I hear more about that maybe than anything else, is they make me travel all over Wyoming. They've driven up my costs, they being Wyoming Activities Association. And so my question back to you all is, how do you put saving money, efficiencies, how do you roll that into the decision process that you make? I'm sure you do, but I don't understand how it happens and at what degree it takes place.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd be glad to address that. We have a 2-year reclassification cycle, and so we evaluate that every 2 years as our schools have continued mostly to decline in some areas and then some increasing. Once we set the classification, the schools themselves then decide what those conferences are going to be like and what type of schedules they're going to have. The only scheduling that the Activity Association does, and that's been at the request of the schools, is football. And so we do set that, and mainly that's to make sure that every school ends up getting a full football schedule, because when we were not doing that, we had several schools that couldn't find games, mainly because maybe the travel was something the school didn't want to do, and so then they left someone else hanging. You know, the challenge that was talked about yesterday with the vast spaces that we have is really also increased by the fact that we only have 70 total schools. And in the 43 years I've been here, I've just kind of watched this cycle go. We will talk about we need to decrease travel. And so in order to do that, then that means schools have to play schools that are either larger or smaller than them to stay in their area a little bit closer. And so we'll make that adjustment. And then we start seeing these scores of, you know, blowout games, and then that cycle will change. So we got to play schools that are our size. And so then as we adjust that, the only way you can do that is you increase travel to be able to play schools that are your same size. And so I've just watched that cycle over and over the years. We have tried to address several of those things. We had a transportation summit in 2017 where we actually brought, the first time we had superintendents, business managers, principals, ADs, transportation directors, all in the same room. We had never done that before. And looking at what can we do differently. And so that is really what created the current classification cycle we're in right now. Volleyball, basketball, and track are the 3 sports that all of our schools participate in. So in focusing on those, we had always had the largest 12 schools were 4A. We expanded that to 16. Again, when you're at the bottom of those cycles, you don't like that reclass. If you're the big school in the cycle, you like it better, I guess. But by doing that, we put then in each classification schools into 4 quadrants, which is really just in kind of their district of the state. And that was done on purpose to try and reduce that travel. Now, some schools will choose, in order, I guess from a competitive standpoint, as that discussion went on yesterday, they want to see that best team. Well, that best team might be on the other side of the state, and so they make that trip. We don't force that. We have nothing to do with that scheduling. And so those are, again, local decisions. But by doing that and putting them in the 16s, we had several reports that we eliminated several overnight trips at all classifications by doing that. And so that was a positive. I'm thinking possibly one of the other positives, if there is positives coming out of this COVID, we reevaluated again this year so that we could actually have activities. We've always had in volleyball, for example, 2-day tournaments. We eliminated those. We said you can only have 1-day events. We want to reduce overnight travel as much as possible. So now this fall, we've had a lot in swimming and volleyball that traditionally have a lot of invites, 2-day invites. They've eliminated those. So I see the cost and the travel going down significantly this fall. So it might be something, possibly a model that comes out of this based off of that. So I don't know if that answers totally your question, but that's the process that we do use. The schools really, we're a nonprofit organization, and the schools are a member of our association. So they write our rules and pretty much set the standards, and then we enforce those once they're written. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Ron and Ben, you guys don't have to convince me on how important activities are, or I wouldn't be sitting here today. But that being said, is one of those, the only reason I went to school was to play sports. And thank God they were there, or I would have never got an education. But that being said, we're faced with the determination of what constitutes adequacy. And my recollection is, and I think that's going to be the challenge for you guys, is to determine what adequacy is. And didn't you just add another sport and include softball? And then, Ron, one of the things you talk about traveling, and I sit down here on the Colorado state line with a little bitty school down here, and I got 2 of them within 80 miles in Colorado, but we travel all the way to Matitsi and all these other places in northeastern and northwest Wyoming, when we certainly have 2 schools within 80 miles, it would significantly reduce the travel costs for these athletic events. So did we just add another one? And what about using other states of similar size to reduce these costs?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ms. Senator Hicks. To answer your first question, yes, we did just add softball, and really that was more of a Title IX situation where we had one more sport. And the schools, again, we have a policy in place to where before we would add an activity or a sport, there has to be 8 schools that would commit to that. And we had 13 schools that did commit to that to start it. And so once that went into place, so yes, we did add that. And obviously now, with the way things have turned, that's going to be a challenge for those 13 schools a little bit to decide how they're going to handle those funds. We do encourage, and we have several, especially on the western part of our state, that do play into the other states. The one sport that's the biggest challenge is football, because a lot of our states, or surrounding states, are also tied to conference schedules. And so although it seems like it should be easy just to go and play those, they aren't available for our schools to be able to play. We do have some that play. We've got some of our, we play some Nebraska, some North Dakota, some Montana, Idaho, and I don't know if we have any Utah left or not, but and Colorado, we do play down in there as well. So we try and encourage that. I think one of the things that we will definitely have to look at is the conferencing part of that. That is something that traditionally has driven our state for a lot of years. We think it's important to be in a conference. There's awards that go along with that and those types of things. And so my guess is, Senator Hicks, that could be one of the reasons you travel north, maybe more than what you think you should, is possibly that could be the conference they're in. And so they feel like for their kids, that's an important aspect.
Mr. Chairman,
follow up.
I'd just like to get your thoughts on what the adequate number of athletic activities was to get to that adequacy question. how many do we have to maintain those students' interests? We have to provide everything. And again, I come from a small school down here in my neck of the woods. We don't have everything. We don't have swimming. We don't have wrestling. We don't have tennis. We don't have golf. And yet this school continually produces as one of the highest test scores in the state of Wyoming. So when I look at that adequacy question, it seems to me like that there is a certain level that provides that support system that you gentlemen talked about, but what we have a very rich activities program, and I think the data will show us that if we start looking at that. So your thoughts, please.
Mr. Laird.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hicks. Well, I do think that is tied to numbers a little bit. When you look at some of our, the challenge of our state again is we've got our two Casper schools are sitting here with 1,900 kids each. And then we go down to 10 or 12 students in some of our smallest schools. And so obviously the more students we have, by having those other activities for those kids, it does give more kids an opportunity. If we limited it to 3 sports, let's say for all schools, then obviously we've just eliminated a lot of kids in those larger schools. And so it is a balancing act that we've looked at. We don't, and again, the reason with the volleyball, basketball, track is all of our schools do that. And so that's why we expanded that in our classification structure. But we have a lot of our schools that don't choose to be in all of our activities. And yet our larger schools need those extra activities to be able to provide those opportunities as well. I don't have I guess as far as a set number, what would be the perfect answer for that?
Mr. Laird, thank you. Are there any other questions for the Activities Association? Senator Ellis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to allay your concerns as well. I think we all understand the benefits of athletics. I played high school sports. My kids are all playing sports. I get it. I think what alarmed me yesterday was the conversation we had about, in this block grant model, how much is being diverted toward athletics. And those are dollars in my view that might be being taken out of classrooms. And so when you do look at our charge of providing equity and adequacy, that's where the concern is should we be doing that? Should we be placing a focus on athletics, taking dollars out of classrooms when we have struggling learners, all these pressures to meet proficiency standards? And then the second piece of that is then if it's an equity issue, it does only benefit those that are participating, not everyone. And so that's where, I just want to be clear that those are my concerns. It's not with sports in general, but I think it's more about finding the balance. And I think that's where my concern was yesterday, have we started shifting that balance too much toward athletics and activities? And then the second piece I just want to make clear is, I think that when you talk about the correlation between high performing, graduation rates and performance on tests, and the fact that a lot of those students tend to also be athletes, I don't know that it's the cause. I think there's a correlation, but I don't know that if you participate in sports, it means you're going to be a bright student with, more likeliness to graduate and go to college. I think it's more, these are already very driven students that have support networks at home, and that's what makes them successful in sports, and that's what makes them successful students in the classroom. So I just want to make clear, I think there's more of a correlation rather than a cause and effect. So do you think we've maybe tipped the balance too much on funding when it comes to how those dollars have shifted to activities?
Mr. Laird.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator Ellis. I would say from the high school level, other than recently adding softball, we have not really changed hardly anything in the 16 years that I've been in this position. This is the start of my 17th year. I do think I have seen an increase. We do not regulate the middle school, but I think we have had a lot more programs added in the middle school. And the idea behind that, I think, is trying to get kids involved at that level so that they do have an interest and have something to look forward to and then moving on. I think the correlation that we might see is if we start reducing those numbers, then those kids, now we would have to start making cuts and looking at some of those kids. And then those kids that are not participating now, we could certainly see, as Ben mentioned in his school district alone, every dropout that he had were kids that didn't participate. So if we start eliminating some of those opportunities for those kids, we could see a negative correlation possibly because there isn't as many opportunities for those kids.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and Director Laird and Chairman Smith. Good to see you. And my question is really about the other sanctioned activities that you have. We talk a lot about athletics, but maybe for our education and the public who is watching, maybe rattle off that list. I know, like, our marching band has over 100 kids in it, and when I was a kid at Midwest, I played the trumpet in the marching band and did all those things, and I'm sure it's the same thing in bags and all that kind of, but what are these other activities? It's not just athletics that you sanction.
Mr. Harshman, thank you. We do have several activities that are under our umbrella. The music is one that you mentioned. They have music festivals and something that they're evaluating at this time, but they have fall festivals and spring festivals. We do have a state marching band competition that's going to go virtual this year, but brings in about 1,500 kids and 2,000 folks that come watch it. They have an all-state music concert in January where kids try out and qualify for that. Again, probably 400 to 500 kids are involved in that, and it fills whatever facility they rotated around the state in. So music is definitely big. Another one that really we have a lot of participation in is speech and debate. And their state speech probably brings 500 to 600 kids into that event. They usually try to utilize a junior college because of the number of rooms that they need. They'll try and do that on a spring break and utilize that. And that one is one that we hear from our school districts quite a bit about because they travel just about every weekend. Unless you're hosting a speech meet, you're going to be on the road. And even when I was in Powell as the athletic director and activities director there, speech was our #1 expense as far as travel because they go every single week and the number of kids that they do take. We also then, student council falls under our umbrella, which all of our schools are involved in, and they have some conferences in the fall, and then they have a big state conference. And then we get into the F troop, so to speak. We had FBLA and FFA and FCCLA, DECA, Skills USA. All of those are they're hired, the state directors are hired by the Department of Education, but we do put those under our umbrella as well. Journalism is another one. We host a state art event. I think it's right now the largest art festival that there is. We put it in the event center. It fills up that whole event center. It's a 3-day event. So we do have a lot of other opportunities for kids besides just the sports.
Just to follow up. So, Mr. Chairman, so those things all are in that activities cost piece that we see. I mean, when a kid, I know about the art show up here, it's just packed. And then the biggest event we have at our school is the Mustang Classic, the speech tournament. There's thousands of kids here, every room. And so those things are part of that cost that we see. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah, I think those are the activities.
Are there other things too that you don't even sanction? Are there other activities that you know about? I mean, like Poetry Out Loud. I went to that in Cheyenne last winter during the session, kids all over the state. Are there other things that we're not thinking about?
There are. Mr. Laird is another big one that has really started to grow around the state, both at the middle school and high school level. And they have a big event at the event center. I'm probably not aware of all of the different activities that are out there. And I don't know, Senator or Representative Harshman, how they classify those as far as the funding, if those are considered in part of the activities or if they're separate from the school. I'm not sure exactly how that is calculated.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I was actually originally going to interject along the same lines as Speaker Harshman, because I think it's important to note that it isn't just about athletics. There are a tremendous number of other activities that students are participating and engaging in. that are very important to education and to that student engagement. So there's a lot of opportunity for students to find passion. The other one that wasn't mentioned is drama, for example, where we know that a lot of our schools around the state participate in drama and then end up traveling in association with that or putting on plays and other performances for the community. So there's a lot that goes into those high school activities. Specifically mentioning debate, though, I just wanted to note that debate's still ongoing even in COVID. We have a lot of struggles with a lot of our activities not being able to travel, but even this spring, the state speech and debate tournament was hosted, and it was hosted by the University of Wyoming debate team. They weren't asked to do it. They put it together, they organized it, they coordinated it over Zoom, and so state debate and speech still took place despite COVID because of that effort. So I think there's a lot of ingenuity, a lot of activity going on, and we need to make sure that we are supporting all of those activities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Harshman, and then I want to move on.
Very quick, yeah. And I think the key is, and having raised 4 kids, been in the kid business my whole life, I think the deal is to have kids have a passion, whether it's about civics or art or, all the technology competitions we have, robotics, that's in there, I'm sure, and classified as an activity when they submit it to the state, all those things. But to give kids an opportunity to have a passion, because when you unleash that power of youth and they go to work on that, they're excited to come to school, the whole thing. And so I think it actually is a cause and effect. And I think there's a lot of studies that show it. And we know that the more kids participate, the better they do. And kids that participate in 2 do better than the kids that participate in 1. And again, I mean, this deal is kind of singing to the choir with me, obviously. But I know the power of it. And I think, hey, I'm a kid from Midwest Wyoming. I'm here because of athletics. I am. I mean, first generation college guy that changed my family tree. I see that year after year after year, whether it's debate, band, whatever it is. And it's all about kids unleashing their passion. So anyway, appreciate it. Thanks, Mr. Co-Chair.
Are there any other questions of Mr. Laird and Mr. Smith? If not, thank you, gentlemen, and have a good day.
Thank
and
you.
I think now we're going to, you bet. And I think now we're moving on. I see Beth Hendon in the waiting. I think she's live and in front of us, so I'm going to guess that you're next, Beth.
Thank you, Chairman Summers, and I appreciate the opportunity. I'm here representing Platte County School District Number 1. I have our business manager, Charlie Kaufman, with us, and acting superintendent, Corey Jeffco, as well, to help me with our testimony. I kind of wanted to maybe address a couple of things. I've appreciated the conversation that you have had throughout the last 2 days.
Beth, just quickly, what do you do? Are you a school board member, a teacher, an administrator? Give us a little history on what you do as well.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, sir. I am a school board member. I've been on the board for 10 years now. And I also represent a district for the Wyoming School Board Association, representing Platte 1, Platte 2, Converse 1, and Converse 2 on the WSBA board. And I also serve on the committee for the State Board of Education, the stakeholder committee for the State Board of Education, where we've focused on the basket of goods. So fairly involved. Thank you for asking. I'm testifying today as a cautionary tale on the adhering strictly to the model. Our district made a conscious effort a few years ago to try to manage our expenses by following the model to a T. And there's many things that happen within a district that fall outside of the model that require immediate attention. And one of which that we ran across 3 years ago were a large number of at-risk students coming into our district and requiring a great deal of intensive support. Anywhere from extra teachers to placements. And whenever I say placements, I'm not talking about special education placements. These were children who fell in the general education category that were required, that we could not service within our district. We did not have the specialization, and we had to send them to other facilities, and how that affected our bottom line and our ability to service our kids within our district. I understand you all have a very, very difficult task in front of you. I just want to say that by compartmentalizing the funding and taking away that ability for districts to do what's best at the district level, with the freedom that the block grant provides us, would cause a lot of problems within individual districts, and kind of caution away from saying what one size fits all districts. And I think my business manager would kind of like to address some of the issues with health insurance, which we have a great deal of problem with health insurance within our district.
Absolutely. Chairman Summers and committee, I want to thank you for allowing us to testify today, and thank you for all the work that you're doing. I know it's a monumental task what you're doing. So one of the things that we run into in our school district is everyone talks about this aggregate that we get in the funding model. The aggregate total for the funding model for the state of Wyoming was $16,877. Well, right now in our district, we have more family plans than single plans. And so our family plans typically run about $24,500 a year. That's quite a significant gap between that. And we actually, per our last 602, we have 115 family plans to 40 single plans. So that aggregate doesn't make up the difference. So when we're looking at that piece, we're trying to make these ends meet, but the reimbursement part isn't there. We're struggling trying to catch up with that gap. And that thing puts a lot of pressure on what we had to pay for teachers' compensation in doing that. And so we are actually the second lowest paying district in the state as of this point in time. And so one of the ways we try to help make that work is through our health insurance and being able to do that. And one of the areas that we do struggle with greatly is seeing the grant or the aggregate total that we get per employee versus what we actually end up having to pay outside there. And unfortunately, with us, we do have very limited options within the state. We are on within the Wyoming Educators Benefit Trust, who services a great number of districts. They do a lot of great work. They've done a lot of work to try to keep the costs down, but unfortunately, health insurance costs have increased quite a bit over the last few years. We had a 7% increase this year, which was considered low for many of the states, but a 7% increase is a $245,000 increase in our district costs alone. So very much a problem indeed with insurance.
Thank you. Is that got it covered? You got everybody that wanted to talk? Or Beth, did your superintendent want to say anything?
He's nodding to me that he thinks that we've covered things fairly well. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Rothfuss has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's not a question. I'm afraid at this time I have to depart. I've got to teach in a few minutes, so I'm going to drop out. I'll try and join later if you guys are prolonging this session, but hopefully you'll be done before I am. So good luck to you, and thank you for everyone for the presentation and for the information today. Appreciate it. Take care, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and thank you, Beth. Any questions of Beth? If not, thank you. Where is our next,
Thank you.
I guess, testimony? Do we have somebody else? Oh, there. Janine Bay Teskey. Janine, go ahead. Janine, can you hear me? I think it looks like you have an open mic. Can you hear me now, Janine? Can you hear me now, Janine?
Mr. Co-Chairman, it looks like
Well,
she is
Karen,
having some difficulty with her audio. I'm going to go ahead and bring Shane Ogden in the room while she works on her audio.
all right, thanks, Karen. Hello, Shane. How are you? You're muted, Shane. You'll have to, there you go.
I think I caught it. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, committee members, thanks for taking time to listen to us today. We appreciate that you're allowing us to be a part of this discussion. And I'm going to turn our time over to our board vice chair, Angie Johnson.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. Nice to see you. I think that the most important thing for our community is the block grant. It allows us to maintain the local control that we need. Not only that, it allows our students to their needs to be addressed and our community desires.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One thing
would
that
you like to comment further?
Yes, please. So one additional item that we have talked about that we'd like to bring up is that we are in support of really looking at our current basket of goods and identifying those items that industry is telling us that our kiddos are going to need in the future. As we're aware, the basket of goods written in 1997 and has had just some minor changes outside of a large change that just happened this last year with the addition of computer science. At the same time, the two different divisions, the Common Core knowledge and the Common Core skills, everything that we talk about has to do with the Common Core knowledge. And what we hear from industry is that the Common Core skills, those things of creativity, problem solving, critical thinking, are more desirable in industry looking to the future than some of that Common Core knowledge content areas are. And so certainly we would love to be partners in that further discussion as we start looking at the basket of goods and identifying what is it that we really need to be equipping our students with in order to be successful and in order for them to want to stay in our great state of Wyoming and contribute to the global market while they're able to stay here. And I think that's all that we have to share with you today, but we would certainly take any questions.
And so Shane, you're from Park 16, right?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we're from Park 16 in Meeteetse.
Thank you. And to your board chair, you know, as resources shrink, the one thing that I think I worry about with a total block grant, and because you're a board chair, I can throw this question at you, is will you have the courage to drive down your central office costs and leave money in the classroom? That's probably one of my biggest worries and one of the things I hear most around the state from people. You don't see that so much in really small districts like yours, because sometimes the superintendent's the business manager and the dishwasher and various other things. But how do you as a board member ensure that you're not overspending on central office and leaving money in the classroom?
At this point in time, we are funded for an assistant superintendent, which we don't utilize. And there are many other areas that we utilize for our students only. And I believe that, you know, we would take a really hard look at our budget and consider what needs to be cut so that all of our students can get the dollars and not our administrative offices.
Thank you. Does anybody, I think Senator Hicks, I thought I saw your hand go up. Did you have a question? Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and thanks Shane and the rest of the board members that are there. And I think where Co-Chairman Summers is coming from is something that's always given me a little bit of pause when we look at the crew report. And on average, districts statewide spend 23% more than the model. On superintendents, 21% more than the model. So where we see the district spending a lot of money is more on the administration, and while teacher salaries are only about 10 to 11% above the model. So I think that's a big concern I have is that school boards have been loading up the administrative component with very high paid individuals. And at some point in time, that's going to come at the expense of the classroom teacher. And I think that's something that we want to take a hard look at going forward. But, and I don't know if you were on when we had the discussion with Mr. Farmer and Mr. DeCaria, but as a board, are you guys positioned to go out and have public meetings and take public input on either 10 and 20% reductions or a combination of reductions and tax increases, and what those tax increases are most palatable to the folks in Meeteetse? Is that something the board's going to take on?
Yes, we have taken on a role of already having a community meeting and getting feedback on different areas. So whatever we need to do, we'll do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions to Park 16? No, I thank you guys for waiting around and participating. And I really appreciate when board members show up, because we know most of you have other jobs besides education, and we appreciate your volunteering the way you do for Wyoming students. So thank you. And now I think Janine Teskey was trying to get on board. Do we have Janine somewhere out there in Neverland? Karen?
Co-Chairman Summers, Janine is not on with us at the moment, but I do believe that we have Sweetwater County's superintendent as well as their board chairman and CFO that can speak to us at this point.
All right. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Carol Jellicoe. I am the chair of the board in Sweetwater County School District Number 1, Rock Springs. I have with me our superintendent, Kelly McGovern, and also our CFO, Scott Duncan. I had also my board clerk who was had to leave for another appointment. So I think he's going to probably email the committee with his comments. He really wanted to participate, but due to other obligations was unable to stay. First of all, I want to address our situation here in Rock Springs. There's been some comments regarding some of the things that we have previously stated. I think basically we are losing, we've lost 282 students from a year ago. And Wyoming is losing population at one of the highest rates in the United States. And so I think this drop in our enrollment shows that. Typically we have 430 to 450 students in kindergarten, and this year our enrollment is 389. So that's about a 7% decrease in just this year. The 282 fewer students this year amounts to about 5% of our student population. Since the model self-corrects, when there's a decrease in student attendance, our ADM, then fewer students means less funding. So that's without any further cuts. So there is a part of the model that decreases the funding. So that part is built into it, and it does self-correct. I'd like to address a couple of things that you have addressed over the last couple of days. I do want to emphasize, we do understand the difficulty that local boards have had with the cuts that have come down over the last several years. I've been on the board almost 4 years, and it's been kind of a constant one thing that we need to address after another. And I'm going to go into a couple of things that we have done to address those cuts. So I don't envy you and your committee as far as what you have to look at the state level. Earlier this morning, there was a discussion about salaries. In the spring of 2019, we made a conscious effort. We had some problems filling positions. And so we just made a conscious decision to raise our base to $50,000. And we patted ourselves on the back. We thought we could sustain that. And that lasted about a week or 10 days before at least 3 districts in Utah, just across the border from us, raised their base to $50,000 as well. So that was a huge recruiting area for us that was just suddenly gone. And so with the perks that they have, we just don't have the applicants from Utah that we once did. Later that following fall, so the fall of 2019, we actually had 25 vacancies on the first day of school. We had to condense or consolidate some positions. We did that with about 10 positions, but we had to start the school year with 15 long-term subs. We were fortunate in that some of those subs were retired teachers. So, but basically there were several classrooms that we could not tell the parents in that classroom that they had a qualified teacher in front of them. So that's one thing that we've been dealing with here. Some anecdotal information. I have family in Utah, and so I'm fairly well connected with what's going on down there, but I have a niece that just this past year, she non-traditional student that went back into education, and she had a semester to finish this fall. And so she approached districts, Davis County, which is north of Salt Lake, about some para positions that would work with her schedule at school. And as a result, when they looked at her resume, she had 3 teaching positions offered to her, even though she was not credentialed. And so after checking with her university to make sure that she could work things out with them, she is now in a teaching position, even though she still is not credentialed, and is working towards that credential by the end of this year. So that just emphasizes that we are in a teacher shortage, and our salaries have not kept up. They're, like I said, 50,000, and we're equal with districts in Utah. As Mr. Farmer addressed earlier, the states around us are increasing their salaries, and we are less and less competitive. With regard to transportation, we hear concerns that we don't follow the model, and some of those concerns have come from people on this committee. When a suggestion is made to fund transportation at less than 100%, then the position that we have is that money has to come from somewhere. And again, we get hammered that we are not following the funding model, which is a funding model, not an expense model, and then have to get money from other places when we're not fully funded in a particular area. So it seems like there are some people who want it both ways. They want us to follow the model as it is, and yet don't want to fund the parts of the model fully. Some of the things that we have done in order to compensate for the low salary in the model, we have raised our class sizes. Our kindergarten through 3rd grade classes are capped at 21, and our 4th through 12th grade classes are capped at 27. And we've which obviously needs fewer teachers, but the whole point of that is to take the low teacher salary in the model and be able to pay our teachers what we need to on the competitive market. When it comes to insurance, yes, the costs have increased, but that is also a nationwide problem. I'm curious, and I haven't seen any reports on this, but I'm curious that if our trend lines as far as the raising costs of insurance would parallel the rising costs of insurance across the country. And like I said, I haven't seen any charts to that effect, but I wonder if that might not be worthwhile looking at in terms of showing that it's not just Wyoming that has that problem, even though we have some of the highest insurance costs in the country, that our trend line parallels that of the country. With that, I will turn it over to Superintendent McGovern.
Thank you, Chairman Jellicoe. Hello to Chairman Summers and Kinski and fellow members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity for visiting with you this afternoon. I know that Senator Landon had spoken just a little bit about one of those districts in Southwest Wyoming that was having difficulty in recruiting teachers here to come to the district. And I am here to share our story a little bit with you. We are one of those districts that have been hit extremely hard over the last several years. So I would like to share that story with you now. I know that Chairman Jellicoe started off and shared with you a little bit about what happened to us on the first day of school in 1920. And having those 25 positions that were open, we could not fill with a qualified candidate at all. But that situation actually has continued for this school year as well. So in our 2021 school year, we went ahead and closed more positions, 6.5 more positions that we knew. We had no applicants. And as of today, we have 6 long-term substitutes that are filling qualified teaching positions in front of our students. So our position from struggling to fill those positions has continued from last year. It got a little bit better for us, as Carol had mentioned, when we had the opportunity to raise that base. But really our problem stems from we don't have the cutting edge anymore to compete with states that are around us. And what happens is that when you have a good candidate within the state, several of the districts, we compete amongst each other for the same quality of candidate pool across our districts here within Wyoming. A couple of other things is the difficulty that we have with having credentialed staff within our district. As of today, we have 33 staff members that are on exception authorizations from the Professional Teaching Standards Board. So essentially, we have those that do not have the qualifications for the position that they are in at this time. That is the highest that we've ever had. We also know when we look at our district overall, we have about 10% then of our teaching positions with staff that are not qualified in those roles. Over the last several years, when we talk about recruiting, our picture here is kind of a bleak one, but back in 2012, 2013, for an elementary teaching job, we had roughly 100 applications for one position. So our candidate pool was strong. We were able to interview and try to find the best candidate to be in front of our students. And over time, that has severely declined. In 2016, 2017, we had, for that same elementary teaching position, we had roughly 30 applications in just a couple of years with that much of a decrease going through. And then fast forward that to the year 1920 for a Title I federally funded elementary teaching position. We couldn't have a candidate. We had zero to fill that position. For several of our positions, we know that statewide with the teacher shortage that it exists in special education. But what we are living here is not just special education. It is math and science and English, all of those core areas, including our career and tech ed. We very much so want to continue the job shadowing, what those positions require for our economy, not just locally, but for statewide. I know that's come up in the discussions over the last couple of days. But we're struggling to fill those positions as well. So it's not just one area. It truly is all of the areas that we're seeing those. And if I may, I'd like to talk just a little bit about hard conversations. And I know I respect the role that all of you are in. But when I share our story as well, we've went through a lot of conversations that are very, very difficult at the local level. I know as the superintendent for the districts, I've had to make those recommendations to our local board, and they've been nothing but difficult conversations. I'd like to share some of those for you just to kind of paint that image that of what that's like on a local level, a community level, to have people be involved in our community and have input as we make those difficult decisions. A few years ago, we had what was called the Cost Savings Task Force. And that was composed of approximately 30 to 35 community members, different stakeholders throughout our community. And knowing that community involvement was very important. And what we did at that time was we looked at everything from our budget to insurance to staffing, programs for kids, any idea that any of our stakeholders had, and we brought those forward and we worked through each of those as a cost-saving group. I mentioned that to you this afternoon because one of our agenda items for our board meeting next Monday is to bring a cost savings task force again. And that recommendation that I have for our board is for them to consider what they would like to see to pursue that avenue even more and run that process again, just to see if there's anything that we can do and bring our community together as we recognize the economy of the state of Wyoming, and also to see about our local district. When we talk about 10% cuts for Sweetwater number 1, just this last week, we put out a newsletter for all of our staff. We had lots of our staff members asking us about that. And what would that mean for Sweetwater number 1? Just as a perspective for that 10% cut, that would be approximately 90 teachers, which would be similar to closing our high school. So, or 3/4 of our high school. We have over 100 FTEs for there, but the effects of that 10% cut would be similar to that effect. I think it's important too, just to share when we talk about our story and the story of local districts and what that truly has been like since 2014 all the way up through current. I'd like to share just some of the hard, difficult decisions that we've experienced on the local level, because I think it's important for this committee to understand that we have made those cost saving measures and we struggle to do it every single year and really keep those away from the students as much as we possibly can. Over those years, we've riffed paraprofessional positions, a large amount, a minimum of 75 of those the very first year. We have frozen salaries for 3 consecutive years. We had to do that. Since that time, we were able to restore 2 of those. We still have one that we are unable to do. We have reduced and absorbed positions, all types of positions and categories, beginning with the central administration building, maintenance positions, classified positions, certified teaching positions. We looked all over and we were able to do without, and that's truly what we have done. We have changed our insurance plans to high deductible plans. We have closed a school. We have changed kindergarten times a few years ago so that they could align with the rest of the school day to save money on transportation. We've done early retirement incentives in our district. We had instructional coaching positions. I know that was a topic that came up earlier in your discussions. For us, for those instructional coaching positions, those were some of our experienced teachers as well. But when we were absorbing positions, we needed those expertise in those positions to come back in and fill classroom positions. We changed the type of master schedule that we use throughout the district to spread out art, music, library, PE, our specials, so that we wouldn't have to hire additional staff while still being able to offer those opportunities for kids. We've changed our school start and end times completely throughout the district so that we could save on transportation costs throughout the district. So as we move forward, like I had mentioned, we're going to bring to the board the cost savings task force again and to see if there's other opportunities that we can do. So I just think it's important to understand that, you know, what that's like to make those recommendations to your local school board to close schools and do those things that your community really doesn't want you to do. They've been involved with it, but it doesn't make those decision-making efforts any easier. I am afraid, one final thought is on those cuts moving forward, as they get closer, it is going to be unstoppable to keep those away from our kids. We're looking at keeping the doors of schools open, staffing, making sure, doing everything that we can to not do a reduction in force, programs for our kids. It's getting harder, and I can truly say we don't have a lot of fat left. And I feel like we've lost our edge in education and getting the best staff here. I wholeheartedly agree that professional learning communities is the way to go. But we've got to first and foremost get quality staff here that have the credentials, keep them here and train them and have them support our students and do that well. Mr. Chairman. I'm
Thank you.
open for questions.
And thank you to Chairman Jellicoe. And I think it's good, you know, one thing that I think that Senator Hicks has brought up is probably school boards need to have a community discussion with their people, with their district. And because you talk about taxes and you talk about cuts, I think it's, I don't think that board members often want to have that conversation. But I think it's important that you do. Are there any questions of Sweetwater County? Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, one question about competing with Utah. Matt Wilmarth provided our committee, the education committee last week with the most recent update on per pupil spending. And Wyoming was around 19,000 per student. And in looking at Utah, they still are bottom rung of, I think it was 9,000 per student, which is an increase from the last time I remember studying those numbers. But I think, being on this commit, listening to the recalibration discussion, I mean, that's the question, is why, and how is Utah outpacing and outcompeting Wyoming when it comes to salaries for teachers? And I suspect that the trade-off has to do with class size. And so, for those that have more familiarity with what's going on with Utah versus Wyoming, not just on a salary, but can you help me understand how Utah is able to afford to do that when their per pupil spending is half of what we spend?
I'll turn that over to Sweetwater one in a second. One thing that I think we need to understand with Utah is you have Salt Lake City that is an enormous school district that has economies of scale. You can see that in Wyoming to a smaller degree when you look at large districts versus small districts. But when you get in an area like Salt Lake, it's economies of scale matter. But I am interested in what Sweetwater one has to say about that, because you do live a lot closer than even I do. And it is a question that is raised constantly. So Sweetwater one, you got any answers to that question?
Senator Summers, or excuse me, Representative Summers, Mr. Chairman, and Senator Ellis. Yes, first of all, I would expand on the idea of the Salt Lake area. It's actually the entire Wasatch Front, which goes from about, I don't know how familiar you are with Utah, but it goes from about 50 miles south of Salt Lake up into the Logan area, which is about 75 miles north of Salt Lake. So and that's the general population area. And again, there's multiple districts in that. I can think of probably close to 10 districts within that area. As far as addressing how they are increasing salaries, they have classes of 40 to 45 students. And I don't think that's where we want to go. On a personal note, I've been here in Rock Springs since 1973, and I taught my first 2 years in Utah. The salary at that time, and you can probably laugh at this, but the salary at that time was $5,000, and I had classes of 35 students at the time. I came here, and my salary doubled to $10,000, and class size was cut in half. So, and that's kind of been the story with Utah. Their class sizes are huge. They're 35, 40, 45 students. My nephew came to Western Wyoming after he graduated from a Utah high school, and his classes at the college level were smaller than his classes in high school were. So it's definitely a class size issue. And that's their trade-off.
Thank you. Senator Hicks, and then we need to keep kind of rolling along here.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and so, to kind of address some of the Sweetwater concerns. So here's the list that the consultant give us that you may want to look at in your efficiency. So we spend higher than almost all the other states on administration. We spend higher on health insurance. We spend higher on extra healthcare services. We spend higher than almost any other state on student activity budgets. Higher than other states on summer school, counselors, tutors. And then associated with the activities driving the cost was we have a higher number of sports, and we have a higher number of coaches than the other states. So when you start looking at trying to find those efficiencies, that's just what the consultant rattled off as maybe where you want to start looking. So anyway, just a suggestion from some of the things that I think that we've taken away from the last couple of days. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, my neighbors to the south, Sweetwater one. We appreciate your taking your time to come provide testimony. And thank you. Did we ever get Janine Teskey back, or did we still lose her, Karen?
I believe we have her, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Janine, it's not like us to lose you. So please join us if you can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened, and God bless Karen. She's been awesome. Thank you, Karen. I wanted to start off, and I'm Janine Bateski. I'm a school board trustee in Teton County. I am finishing my 17th year on the board there. And I say that because I really want to address, first off, one of the comments that was made by Senator Hicks. I think we all owe a big sense of gratitude to all of our staff, including and especially our administration, for dealing with what we've been dealing with over the course of the last 6 months since March. They have gone over and above to make things work so that our students can continue to get an education. In Teton County, I think we received around $440,000 in CARES money. The cost of us opening the schools and dealing with COVID is probably in the neighborhood of about $1.8 million. So the question that was asked is, so what are you doing with your reserves? That's part of what we're doing with our reserves. What are we doing? Well, we have to hire extra food service people because you can't, kids can't handle food. Extra custodians, plexiglass in the classrooms. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. But that to me is the true meaning of what reserves are for, is for those unforeseen things that you need to fund in order to keep yourselves open and being able to educate kids. There was a comment this morning about safety and security. This is sort of an interesting one. And I had the opportunity back a year or two ago to testify in front of the deputy of education under Betsy DeVos. And my comment to him was, school safety is not a school issue. School safety is a community issue. But interestingly enough, when you reflect on who absorbs the cost for school safety, it's the schools. And I truly appreciate all the funding that has come forward in order to, harden our buildings and so on and so forth. But when you start talking about school resource officers, you start talking about proactive measures, those are costs that are really taken on by the school district. We, for example, spend over $130,000 for 2 school resource officers. That's not funded in the model. It's just, a responsibility that we feel very strongly that we have. One of the other comments that continually comes up is, so what's the value of central office? If I split central office into 2 pieces, I'm going to split it into what I'm going to refer to as the back room of education, which is those costs or those pieces of education like paying the bills, the business office, and so on and so forth. Then there's the part that comes closer to touching the student, which is like curriculum development. And we in Teton County believe it's really important that we have consistent curriculum across our 7 elementary schools. Consequently, we need somebody to be able to manage that so that our principals, and I think somebody made the comment earlier today that I think it was Dr. Hoyt, about a principal needs to be in their building about 80% of the time. We surely agree with that. Consequently, we believe that it's the team between our curriculum director and the building principals and teachers that implement the curriculum and move forward. I think I've taken enough of your time. I know you're all anxious to get moving, but I just find that it's really uncomfortable when we continue to talk about how we overpay our administrators. I think we really undervalue our administrators. And if you reflect back on, when crises come up, they're the ones that handle it. So I thank you, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Janine. Any questions of Janine? All right, thanks. Thank you, Janine. Thanks for getting back on with us. Our next is Representative Sweeney has joined us, and he wanted to make a quick statement. So Rep. Sweeney, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for all of your hard work on this. I just wanted to make a quick comment, being on Revenue Committee, and to that point, I'm only representing myself and my constituents, but I think there's been some great comments and questions that I've picked up on, in particular from Senator Hicks. And it's all of our duty, not just the school districts, and I don't think he was ever insinuating that, but for all of us to communicate. And to that end, Mr. Chairman, what I would ask is that we also, as legislators on different committees, allow us to bring forward some legislation that may be of help that we can discuss from the Revenue Committee, such as the sales tax increase. And we had a tie vote on that, so it failed. And so all I'm asking is anything that the School Recalibration Committee or management or any of leadership to be able to say, let's leave it to the body and to debate and at least let us get it out of committee. And unfortunately, we just couldn't do that. But I'm sure it'll come back. But that's all I ask, because I agree with Senator Hicks. And it's all of our responsibilities to make these things work. And of course, there's going to be cuts. The governor's already doing that, but we're going to add more. I am positive that, but it's a three-legged stool, in my opinion, with the cuts, the revenue, and trying to spend some of the savings, not all the savings in the LISR. With that, thank you for the time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Sweeney. If there's no questions, it looks like maybe we have one group left. Do they seem familiar? Maybe from yesterday. So is this, so Coley, remind me again, where you're from? Converse 2?
Yep. So Chairman Summers, thank you so much, and fellow committee. We testified so early yesterday that a lot of our, we wanted to be at the end, and I'm glad we're batting cleanup. So we're in Converse 2, and I'm the superintendent, and I have my school board chair here, Casey Tillard. And, again, it's been a privilege to listen to you guys for 2 days and discuss and, really critique I think the job that, it's not very easy. So we just had a few comments, and I appreciate your time. And I know it's, 4:15 and it's been a long 2 days, but I sure appreciate the generosity here. So I'm going to turn it over to my school board chair.
You bet.
For the opportunity, and I'm not nearly as eloquent as some of your other speakers, but sat here for 2 days and listened to this, and I really appreciate you guys spending the time and doing what you've done. But I just want to say, I told you yesterday, I was born and raised in Glen Rock, 6th generation rancher. I was raised K through 12 in Glen Rock, Wyoming. I went to EWC for 2 years, got my bachelor's degree from the University of Wyoming. Every minute of my education's been in this state. So it means quite a bit to me, and I kind of get a little frustrated from time to time with how the system works, but I'm learning how it works. And I just kind of want to address some of what Senator Hicks said. We've had some very tough conversations here. A few years ago, we went through some major cuts, and like Sweetwater County, we did the cost savings task force also. And we combined schools. We moved 7th up to 12 to try to save money so we could better align our teachers, K through 6, 7 through 12. So we have high school teachers teaching middle school kids. Wasn't real popular moving 7th graders up there with high schools. A couple years of it, it's gone good. And the hard questions about central office. We had a long-term superintendent who was here when I got on, Kirk Hughes. Most of you probably know him, and he was gracious enough to step down because of what his salary was, and we knew what the cuts were coming. We hired a young superintendent. We got rid of a principal, and that was, our superintendent's still here, and we keep him on short notice, but he's still here. And but we got rid of that principal, and what we noticed was things started to fall apart. We lost leadership, and without that leadership, your PLCs suffer. We suffered across the board. So we were fortunate enough to be able to hire a third principal again. So now we're back to 3 principals. We cut our staff in our central office, and we had to bring some of them back. Our principals and superintendents were wearing way too many hats, and they couldn't do their job. So the cut from the top down, it saved us a little bit, but I think we're streamlined now and we're more effective because of that. We cut bus routes. We've changed all kinds of things. We went to a 4-day school week. And due to that, we saved almost $30,000 in substitute costs by not having school on Friday, just in subs alone. So that was big for us. You know, we've combined our boys and girls sports where they try to play on the same day, same town, cut down on some of that. We actually went through the RIF process on a tenured teacher. That's not a pleasant thing to do either. You know, we had meetings with our community. We had over 3 cost savings meetings and then an update. It was very important to our community to not lose anything. So we went out and hired a long-term art teacher to keep art alive, long-term sub, I'm sorry. And then we contracted music through Vibes out of Casper to keep that alive. It was important to our community. So we've done things. We've made some pretty tough decisions, and we're making it work, and we will make it work. But you keep the basket of goods the way it is and expect us to deliver by cutting our money, we're not doing these kids a favor. Their education will fall apart because of that. So there's no way to continue to deliver that basket of goods with cutting our block grant. And, you know, Senator Hicks also talked about going out and mentioning taxes. That's pretty tough in our county. We gave back over $10 million in recapture money last year from Converse County. So we go out and approach our community about paying more taxes when they know we gave it back to the state. That's a tough conversation in this county. It doesn't go well. But with that being said, we have mill levies, and because of that BOCES money, we were able to start a preschool at our elementary school, and that has done great things for our, you know, our teachers are stretched thin, and it lets those elementary teachers, it helps them get where they need to be. You know, when you're talking about the reserve fund, like Janine said, it bailed us out when COVID hit. We were able to get laptops. It saved us. We had Chromebooks for kids. We got teacher laptops. We got classroom tech, camera upgrades so they could see teachers. And with that money, we're also trying to fix our stadium. It's an old cement stadium. It's a beautiful stadium, but it's starting to fall apart. And, you know, when it was 100 degrees last couple of weeks, we were able to use that money to try to get portable air conditioners and stuff to keep things going. So we're not sitting on that money. We're much like you guys. We're facing tough decisions. But the difference with me is I grew up, I was raised here. I have to look every one of these kids in the eye, and I know almost every one of them. I know their parents. So when I go to the grocery store, when I go to the post office, I see these kids that this affects. So I get a little worked up with some of this, and none of it's personal. It really isn't. It's just we sit here and make these tough decisions, and I don't know. I know you guys make very tough decisions, but I have to walk out that door, and I'm going to meet 5 or 6 people on my way home that this is going to affect the day we do it. So I have some other things here, but I've gotten way off track. I will leave it at that, I guess, if Coley has anything to add or if there's any questions, I guess. Thank you for your time and appreciate what you guys do.
You know, the first thing I want to say is thank you for your passion for education and kids. You know, that's commendable. And it's people like you that will make the difference in this state to make sure that we maintain a quality educational system for those kids. So good for you. I saw somebody's hand come up. I think it was Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I wanted to thank Chairman Chadwick, who lived just down the river from me. I thought that was one of the best testimonies we've received in a while. Coley, thank you for that. And I've always said that local government, you do the tough lift because you live right across the street from the people you're voting and affecting. I guess I want to go to what you mentioned, Senator Hicks, and some of his comments today. So I wanted to go there and ask you if you think that your constituents, you come from a very conservative part of the world in our state. I'm just curious if you think that the average constituent down the river a ways understands the gravity of the kind of cuts that we're having to look at, given the fact that there's reluctance to pass any new revenue streams. What's your plan as a school board member to help people understand what's coming?
Well, I think we have to educate them. The problem with our county, and not that they're uneducated, don't take me wrong, but like I said, we gave back. We're a recaptured district. Our county is producing, we're facing cuts 3 and 4 years ago, and we're still giving back $10 million in recapture money from our county that goes back to the state to get distributed to other districts. That's a pretty tough pill for our community to swallow because unfortunately, most of the state of Wyoming, I didn't have a grasp of it. And I still don't have a great grasp of it until I got on the school board to figure out what recapture is, Robin Hood, whatever you want to call it. But the state of Wyoming, I don't think has a full grasp on how that works. So you take a community like ours that's generating wind, oil, gas, possibly solar, coal. We generate a lot of income in this community, in this county. And it's hard for our constituents to understand that that money is going to fund other counties around the state, that they look at that as our money. So when you say we're going broke and they look down the road, there's wind turbines coming by us every day. I mean, I'm sure you see them, this back highway to Casper and out there by our ranch, those turbines come by every day. So it's a pretty tough pill for our community to swallow. So that, and we can stand there and say that, but that education needs to come from somewhere, and we're trying, but it's very hard to get that through to a community like ours right now. Some of these other counties across the state that are struggling, I think they get it, but it's pretty tough when you can't get a hotel room for an antelope hunter to come hang out because they're all full right now. How do you tell the people in this community that our state doesn't have enough money to fund their kids? That's a pretty tough lift right there. And we're trying. We've had these meetings and we bring them in, and I think they kind of get it, but it's still a pretty tough pill to swallow. And then you talk about adding a sales tax or something on top of what they're already doing. It's a pretty heavy lift in this county. I'll promise you that.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick follow-up, and Coley, thank you for those comments. You're right. It's a very tough position to be in, and coming from a county that for decades has sent money, back to the state. I certainly know, and so do my constituents, know exactly where you're coming from. So anyway, as the co-chairman said, thank you for what you're doing down there at one of my favorite high schools.
Thank you.
And just so you know, I have 2 recapture districts, and one of them is Big Piney, who's had population declines because of the gas field dropping. And I go to that board and I say, we got to have taxes. And they're going, we send all this money back, and we're still cutting us. And so I appreciate your challenge because I have that challenge as well, but that doesn't mean that we can't, we are still obligated to continue to educate those people in our communities. So thank you. Senator Hicks, please, and then we need to move along.
Hey, Coley, I wanted to, again, thank you for your service. I've always said school board's the toughest job in Wyoming. We don't take any of this personal on the legislative side, but I share all the same concerns that you have. The real problem we have here is as you've articulated, I come from a county that was a recapture district. Now we're a poor county because we lost all of our oil and gas revenues, 9% a year reduction in gas. We've lost 75% off the top of where we were. So I've seen both ends of it. I represent recapture districts and all this stuff. But when we get to recapture, the conversation you need to have is the Supreme Court made that decision. Your hands are tied, my hands are tied. And if Converse County wants to go back and sue the Campbell cases and say we need to keep that And those kids in Niobrara and Western County don't deserve the same education as the kids in Douglas. You make that argument. We lost in the Supreme Court. So those are the rules, those are the laws of the land until somebody undertakes that. But I'm still going to come back, Coley. It's got to be a shared responsibility. I thought Representative Sweeney did a good job. If you can't sell a tax increase, how the hell can I sell one? You know, and those same people that you walk out the door and see are the same people that I see. And so you help me figure that one out is what I'm asking you. You need to help me figure this one out. That's the problem. We need to figure this out. And it's a big lift. And there's no one size fits all to this deal. So I'm all ears if you got suggestions. So thank you for your time and your service. And keep up the good work. And I do appreciate your passion.
All right.
Thank you, Senator Hicks. And I think Representative Flitner would like to comment or ask a question. A former school board member, I might add.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just a comment. I want you to know that you're speaking to Chairman Tillard, Casey Tillard, who is my godson. And hi, Case. And to his left is Coley Shadrick, the superintendent, who was my son's first elementary principal. And we hated losing you. So Glen Rock is fortunate to have you. And Casey, I just want you to know how much we appreciate what it means to be a parent and to also be a trustee and a business owner. And I so appreciate the fact that you've gotten involved and educated yourself and are doing your level best at your end to try to meet this, you know, the demands that we all face with regard to educating or to funding education. And I look forward to you continuing to be involved and being a part of this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Flitner. Thank you, folks from Glen Rock. Senator Landon, one last comment here, and then we'll move to the next one.
Just real quickly, Mr. Chairman, my apologies to Casey. I had those names flip-flopped, and on the screen it was Coley's name, obviously, but I wanted to apologize to Casey. Great job, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. With that, I think the next one I see on my screen is Kimberly Condi. Is that correct? And tell us where you're from.
Yes, I'm here. I'm from Park County School District number 1 in Powell. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you very well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to take a couple minutes and address the topic of central office resources and staff. And I know that that was just spoken about a few minutes ago, but I have a couple things to add. I listened yesterday as the consultants presented the evidence-based model, and the committee and now the legislature will have the opportunity to accept those recommendations, to act on them as presented or not. And I want to emphasize that I think this decision should be based on what's best for the students in the state of Wyoming. In Park County School District number 1, doing what's best for kids is not just a motto that we have, but a daily practice. And this is the most important factor in all of the decision making in our district, as a board, the administrators, teachers, everyone. In our relentless task of doing what's best for kids, district and school leadership matters. We must have an adequate number of high quality administrators to lead our staff and students. Our district leaders know what's best for our kids because our practices are based on compelling evidence also. We don't just have published studies that we follow, but the evidence that's gleaned through their practical hands-on leadership in the district. It is our leadership team that interprets the data and develops the best practices for our district. I did a little reading and I found a report by Robert Reichert on the state of Wyoming's role in data-driven decision-making from 2000. He says districts must have an adequate number of trained administrators and support staff in order to fulfill all the required tasks and responsibilities that they're given. And I think that Janine Bayteski mentioned that they have a huge burden, and especially now, because many districts in this state are small. They are not able to achieve economies of scale. And that was mentioned a few minutes ago also. When we get to our administrative staff, it's just hard to get that in most of our districts. Those recommendations that might work well for other states might not work in our smaller districts due to our small populations. I noticed yesterday that the consultants themselves used words such as kind of fits and the numbers sort of reflect when describing their recommended central office resources. So I think that even the consultants recognize that these things might not fit our small districts. As you know, federal and state regulations place increasing burdens on our school districts, no matter their size. And it is largely the central office staff that bear the responsibilities of compliance with those. In Honig and Coburn's 2007 article on evidence-based decision-making in district central offices, they state that policymakers might offer support to districts when expecting districts to use evidence-based practices, which of course is expected here in Wyoming. Additionally, they state that local knowledge is in and of itself important and essential evidence for central office administrators. Leadership matters. It matters in our district. It matters in all districts. Who we have in our central offices and how many quality staff members we have leading our district is vitally important as our districts strive to do what's best for kids and produce the outstanding results that we have all grown accustomed to in our state. And that's about all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gandhi. I think from what the paper I got yesterday, you're a trustee, is that correct?
Yes, I'm sorry, I forgot to say that. I am on the school board.
All right, well, thank you for your service, because as we know, you don't get paid a lot for that privilege to hear from your public all the time. So we appreciate that.
Thank you.
The one thing that I would raise on central office, and it's been a concern of mine, if we do go down the road of cuts, I want to ensure that as much money as possible stays with students and direct education of students. And I know you as a trustee have that challenge as well. So ease my mind that you're going to do that and that I don't need to muck in that.
So I think that's a good point. And I want to say that we have an excellent business manager who is a member of our central office staff. And she is very, very careful when she manages our district money. We run a very tight ship as a board. We look over the budget before we approve it. We feel, I should not say we, I feel that our money is managed very, very well. We do have some reserves. We are needing to dip into those as other districts are. Every district every year is going to be faced with unexpected expenses, and those reserves are there for that. We do our best to manage the money that we have, and I personally have great trust in our business office.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions, we appreciate your testimony and hanging in there today and all you do for kids in your area. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
With that, I think that cleans the slate, so to speak, on public comments. And so So I think I'm going to bring Matt Wilmarth into the conversation here for just a second. And so Matt, it's kind of my understanding after talking to you and talking to the co-chair that probably it would be a good idea for our next meeting to at least have a base bill drafted that we could amend off of. So whether we chose the legislative model or the 2020 EB model or a combination of models, it's probably appropriate that we get something drafted to have a conversation from. Is that kind of where you're thinking we might need to get to?
Mr. Chairman, totally your directives. Due to the complexity of just school finance and just timing of meetings, if the committee wants to take a couple opportunities to review potential bill drafting, whether that's from the legislative model or whatever, it likely is easier for us to have a couple iterations in front of the committee to review rather than the last meeting in December. So just from a scheduling standpoint, your next meeting is October 29th and 30th, and then you have a December 14th and 15th meeting. If you provide no drafting instructions at this meeting, then you only have one opportunity in December to review any potential bill drafts. And so the thought between Mr. Anderson and I was, if you wanted to look at some aspects of modifying your current law, would be to provide some direction at this meeting, knowing that salaries, regional cost adjustment, special education, and a few other items are coming at the next meeting. But it would give you an opportunity to provide any direction that you could take a potential look at in the October meeting, and we could certainly provide some information on impacts on a district basis, with limited information on cost, given salaries and regional cost adjustment are coming in October. So that's just a little bit of a background on that.
Thank you, Matt. Mr. Co-Chair, do we need to take a 5-10 minute break to relieve our bladders, so to speak, or to take a break, or do you want to forge ahead? What would be your preference?
I'd appreciate 5 minutes to talk to my colleagues a little bit. And I think Karen's got that set up, so you can take a 5-minute break, and she's got a breakout room for me and my colleagues.
All right. Well, we'll come back at let's call 3 minutes and 5 minutes. So what do we do? 3:45, 8 minutes.
Sounds good.
3:45.
I think that's 4. Yeah, we got it. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to welcome everybody back from the break. And trying to see if we're kind of gaining most everybody. I see on my side, I see my committee. Co-chair Kinski, where are you at? You got about all your folk that you're gonna have?
I've got everybody that I've got. We've lost Senator Bebout and we're losing Senator Coe at 5.
Okay.
And Mr.
Well,
Chairman,
we'll get right to it. So
I'm just going to remind you that Senator Rothfuss is off as well.
okay, thank you, Representative Connolly. Mr. Co-Chair, you know, as we move into this and if we can develop a bill draft, I think it's important for everybody to understand that it's just a base bill that will be amended from. It's not like the final. I don't think anybody's saying that. It would be just a bill from which we would amend from. And Mr. Co-Chair, I hope we can craft a bill that works towards a comprehensive solution to the shortfall in education funding, a bill that includes both cuts and new revenue. We have both a fiscal responsibility to this state and an obligation to provide an adequate education to Wyoming's children. I do not want to cut education, but the reality is we need to cut and tax to solve this shortfall. I hope this committee can find some common ground to move forward. And with that, Mr. Chairman, what I'm going to do is open it up to motions on what base budget we would want to start. So, Ms. Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we, Mr. Co-Chair, thank you. I just wanted to, before the day slips away from us, I think Senator Hicks and his comments, I think were right on with all the school board members. And I really appreciate that. And I think it's going to take all hands on deck. And I think if every one of our local school boards had meetings in the next 2 months and say, hey, that's going to take a 16% across the board cut to balance this. This is what it looks like in Meeteetse, Casper, Baggs, Sheridan, or we're going to have to raise some revenue, a penny and a quarter of sales tax, and start getting this word out there that, and I think I've thanked the senator. I think he's right on. And is it a mix of those or whatever? But with that, Mr. Chairman, I think I just want to echo what you just said. This isn't even the beginning of the start. You know what I mean? It is so, we're going to just start with a bill. So there'll be times to squabble about stuff. So whether we do the EB model bill or we do the legislative model that everybody knows, I don't think it really matters. I just think we do what is probably going to help us move along in the next couple months. And so with that, I think I would just move. I think we just start with what we got and we start working it from there. And that'd be the legislative model that has fewer employees. I think it's simpler and everybody understands it. I think maybe I'm just speaking for myself. I think I understand it better. So that's my motion. If there's a second, to just start with that and then we'll go to work on it.
Is there a second? Second by Representative Nicholas. Yeah, I got a second by Representative Nicholas. Discussion on the legislative model being the base bill.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Connolly had her hand up to begin with.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just for discussion, I'd like to just have a little bit of discussion about choosing to go with the current legislative model, which honestly has been in existence for 15 years with some tweaking, honestly, just over that period of time, rather than choosing to go with the EB model that was presented today. So I'm just curious to have the speaker kind of talk about his rationale.
Representative Harshman, and then I'll go to Co-Chair Kinski.
Okay, I'll just be real brief. I just kind of in my opening comment making the motion, I just think we all understand it. And I think the big thing why we chose it in 2015 again, has fewer employees. And that's the bottom line. That's the driver of it all. And we can work on class sizes, activities, everything else in there. I mean, the legislative model is a version of the EB model. That's that we've tweaked a little bit. So that's really it, just a familiar starting ground.
Co-Chair Kinski.
No, Senator Hicks had his hand up.
Okay, Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, again, I don't think it makes a difference where we start. I just, the understanding that I have is the legislative model. It's even in the report from Picus and Iden, talk about that it's a rich model. We know overall, historically, it has provided a higher level of funding for K through 12 than what the evidence-based model is. That's fact. And so just going forward, let's just establish that we're going to start out with the higher, if that's what the committee wants to do. But I think we need to understand by doing that, we're saying we're going to start out with a higher level of funding, total cost if we use the legislative model versus the evidence-based model. So it really doesn't make a difference because it's just a start. So as long as we're all in agreement on that, I don't have a problem with it.
I think Representative Barlow is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess historically there may have been a disparity, but it seems like I've heard other people comment in the last couple of days that they've basically converged as far as total dollars. There may be differences in numbers of employees, FTEs, et cetera, but dollars have converged. Mr. Chairman, did I hear some of that correctly? Thank you.
So Representative Barlow, that's a much debated, and it depends upon the perspective of the Picus and Auden people. I've asked Matt that. Matt, without belaboring it, just say that it's kind of a difficult call right now until we figure out what the EB salaries are for various times. So Matt, just kind of go over that.
Members of the committee, the analysis that we try to perform in the monitoring report, that's a report that's presented in between years of recalibration, is we try to estimate the levels of the legislative model and also the evidence-based model. And LSO is put into a position to make various assumptions, and one of those assumptions are salaries and some of the complexities that surround that is the 2015 recalibration effort has salary levels at that time that are higher than your current legislative model salaries. So when we make those assumptions on trying to estimate the cost of the evidence-based model and the legislative model, those are some of the difficulties that we are faced with in establishing some assumptions on how do we treat external cost adjustments that are put on and then taken off by the legislature. And so in our 2019 monitoring report, we provided a couple different analyses using various assumptions. One of those assumptions or one of those analyses indicate that, yes, the legislative model and evidence-based model are close. If you assume that any ECA that is adopted by the legislature is applied to the evidence-based model and not taken off, then the evidence-based model funds at a much, not a much, but a larger amount than the legislative model. So as I indicated earlier in the information I presented on the comparisons of the legislative model in 2015 and 2020 evidence-based models, it was intentional that I left out salaries because we'll receive information in October on where salaries sit and maybe where some recommendations come from your consultants. So salaries is the largest driver on this entire train, in that every FTE is assigned a salary and a cost, and that is going to be a majority of what your cost is in your model. So I hope that explains some of the understanding of where some of the models converge, or maybe the not have converged, or maybe flipped, where the evidence-based model may be actually higher than the legislative model. I would point out in the analysis today that we looked at, in total FTEs, the evidence-based model does allocate more than your legislative model in both total with summer school and extended day and without summer school and extended day. So that is one point I wanted to make.
Thank you, Matt. And I think you see the complexities. I think they're close, right? So, you know, if you're looking at $1.6 billion a year, and if you're 30 or 40 million either way, it's probably not that big a deal. So I think Senator Coe had his hand up back on the discussion on the base bill, the
Well,
legislative.
Mr. Chairman, I think my question's been answered, but I wanted to bring up that in 2015, the legislative model, in fact, that we worked from was 37 million higher, I think it was, Matt, than the evidence-based model in 2015. Am I right? So I just wanted to throw that in, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, please.
So just to make sure that we're all on the same page, we're not actually voting to do anything except ask staff to draft a bill. So I get it. It's better to have a bill for 2 sessions than 1. The problem is we don't have any real numbers. So I think that you or Mr. Wilmarth had said something about several different iterations of bills. So maybe what Representative Harshman has proposed is one bill. Without having any numbers in front of us, I think Senator Coe had suggested that we might just take a look at class sizes, health insurance, and some other things that we could get a little more definitive handle on, get some estimates without necessarily having all the Stoddard numbers and the health insurance study and so forth. That might be another bill. I don't know exactly. I get it that staff needs to be able to get started on drafting, and that whatever we vote on, we're just voting to ask them to draft something. We're not agreeing to anything. But I don't know that saying just the evidence-based model or just the legislative model is going to, when the dollars end up being essentially the same, I don't know if that's advancing the cause or not. Representative Harshman had talked about a 16% cut in the hypothetical. I understand that. But we've got to, if we're going to get that discussion going in school board by school board level, I think we have to have something that gives people a little better handle on what might be coming if things continue as they are. So I don't know that I have a solution there, except should we be doing more than one bill?
Senator Cost.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. I have a couple of comments. First comment is the more iterations that we can have and look at, obviously, the more informed we would be able to be before we ever get to really crunching. I mean, it's a start in the right direction. The second thing that I think is very critical is that in any of the iterations, we make sure that we're protecting our students and we're making sure our educators are getting a fair amount. So whatever that is, I think we've got to make sure those two things are important and that we focus on those as we go through. There's a lot that has to happen. We need to have some cuts. Obviously, we need to seriously talk about other side too, and that's revenue. But for now, something to start with is the important thing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So Representative Nicholas.
So a couple different things. One is, Matt, to put together a draft bill, how long does that take and when can you have that draft bill circulated so that the Senate and the House can then begin drafting amendments to it? So, and then when having time with those draft amendments to have kind of a cash flow analysis of what the impact of those amendments would be, you know, whether it's just a proportionate cut to certain component or if it's across the board cut or what it is. What, you know, how does that fit into the time schedule so that not only can we have a bill drafted, but we can review it, analyze it, and then make comments to it and have amendments prepared and circulated and maybe even published if someone wants to do it, so that we can see where we're going. And then my other thought was, would the committee be interested in sending a letter to all of the school districts and/or schools and ask them what the impacts would be of a 5% and a 10% cut in their budgets as under the current model and the current funding mechanism, so we can get written responses of where those cuts would be, how much they would be, and what the impacts would be. So we have that information in front of us come October as well.
Thank you. You know, going to Co-Chair Kinski's suggestion, and this is a question for you, Matt, or for Josh, or whoever's going to do all this hard work. One, I think Representative Nicholas has a question on what does it take in course of time, but my question is going to compound that. So if we were to ask to draft both the legislative model and the EB model, what would that take? Obviously, the legislative model exists in statute. You don't have to really rewrite that, right? You pull it out. But if talk about the time that it would take to draft two bills. We draft both of them. We have them sitting there. We move one of them when the time comes. Josh?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you know, and Mr. Wilmarth and I have been talking about, you know, how the best way to draft this. As you know, currently there's a Schedule A, and it's very hard to find where that is. Anyway, given that, you know, drafting in general, even for a simple bill with the levels of review and stuff, takes a few weeks. So probably looking at 2-3 weeks. As far as doing alternative versions, I think once we have one ready to go, the second one should be relatively easy to make those changes, working with Matt and the consultants to make sure we have them correct. So if the committee wants to look at two versions, I don't think it would add a significant amount to the workload.
Thank you, Josh. Senator Hicks, do you have a question for Josh or Matt?
Well, a process question, but the 30,000 foot view. In fact, if the model if the EB model is converged with the legislative model, isn't it time that this recalibration should just look at actually one model, and it gets back to the time that it would draft two versions, one legislative? If we have truly converged, and now that they reflect themselves, seems to me like from an efficiency standpoint, we would just move forward with one model, whether it's the EB model or legislative model, instead of going back and forth. So can somebody explain to me why we would not do that?
Okay, I'm not going to take that. I could take it in a minute. Representative Connolly.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll take it. I mean, and I like your idea of having two of the bill drafts. And the reason, Senator Hicks, is that Schedule A that Mr. Anderson was talking about, that Schedule A will look different. And that's honestly why I would prefer, honestly, to start with the EB model, because that's the new best practices, which would be reflected in Schedule A. How the two models converge right now is at that bottom line, but Schedule A is quite different. And so the Schedule A, which has the components in it, will be kind of different from one version to another. So why not look at both of them? I think the draft of the bill will look the same, but the Schedule A's will look very different. So I would like to see both of them. And I thank you, Co-Chairman Summers, for bringing up that idea, because I think that makes a lot of sense.
And the only, just for the committees, the only reason I think about using the EB model is it forces us to make a decision. 2015, we rolled down this same path. Nobody wanted to change from the legislative model, and we just kept. I think we're going to have more robust discussions than we did in 2015. Times have changed, but but I do think there's some validity in drafting both of them. But we're on a motion. A motion's been seconded. Are there any other comments related to this motion on whether to draft? We could have this motion and then another motion. So Representative Connolly.
So, Mr. Chairman, I was going to ask if it would be a friendly amendment to draft both.
Oh,
Representative Harshman.
I think just,
that is a no.
I think we just make a motion and vote this up or down and make another motion, make it simple. So
there you go. We can vote this one up, and if there's a motion to bring another one, we do that. So if there's no further discussion, all those in favor of of drafting the legislative model, raise your hand. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that motion passes. Now, is there a motion, another motion? Representative Schwartz.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would move to have the 2020 EB model drafted.
Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Cost. Any more discussion? I think we've discussed this enough. All those in favor, raise your hand. So raise your hand up by your screen. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I am 6. So that motion passes as well. And so are there any other motions? I would hope that's enough. Are there any other motions? Okay, on this. And then, sure, yeah, Representative Harshman, just a second. I want to go back to Representative Nicholas's suggestion, which was a letter to school boards. And I think I think it's a good discussion, but one thing that, as I've looked at all these numbers, and I've looked at these numbers back and forth, when you talk about a cut, what do you mean? And so when you talk about a cut, when the governor talks about a cut to agencies, it's what the state's putting into that. And so we have, I think it's roughly $850 million a year that the state puts in to K-12 education, but then there's local. So if you talk about a percent cut of what the state's going to have to fund, there is that piece. If you talk about cutting, for example, 10% of what the model allows, that's the total guarantee. And so I think as we talk about asking somebody about cuts, we need to be very specific on what we're asking. So if we're saying we want to know what you think and what you would have to do with a 10% cut to the model, that's a different number than a 10% cut to the state share. Does everybody understand that? Okay. So I want to go back to I think Representative Nicholas, was that kind of in a motion form? And you're still muted.
Yeah, I would make the motion that we craft a letter to all school boards. And to me, I'm sometimes, I don't know if we want one number or two numbers, or if we want to do it to the model, or we want to do it to, I mean, what's the most efficient and most educational for us? What will we learn from the most is my question to the committee.
I think, to me, Representative Nicholas, I think if we talk about I think districts understand the entire funding model. So they're going to think in terms of that, of the entire share. But I think as we come back and talk about what that is for a cut, actually what the state is going to save, it's a much different number. So anybody else got any thoughts on that? Rep Harshman, Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. So, the number that we've all talked about for 2 days, this 500 million this biennium, that's the state share. And I think that's really what we're trying to solve is our portion of that in my mind. And so how much is that? And I think the big issue when we look at reductions, it's how you do it. I mean, if you say it's just class size, then it's only Cheyenne, Casper, Sheridan, Gillette, and Rock Springs taking the cuts. If you say it's consolidation, then it's only a few small school districts taking the cuts. And so I think you roll that thing out, whatever 250 million a year in the state entitlement payment, pro rata across all districts. Everybody, and whatever that percentage works out to be, that's got to be your top number. I think people have got to know what we're looking at. What does that mean? How much is that? I mean, if it's 250 million a year and Trona County is about 13% of that, so it's probably 35 million in Casper. Everybody has their own percentages, right? Cheyenne's about 15%, Sheridan's probably 10%, and so on. So I think that's me personally. I just think if we get into this, I'm going to cut this program and not this program, and then you look how it affects each individual school district with small school guarantees and teacher minimums. They're not going to feel any of it. And then you get a real equity issue with Gillette, Cheyenne, Casper, Sheridan, Rock Springs absorbing all the cuts. So
I think in order to explain it to districts, you about have to say the model. This $500 million number, it includes capital construction, it includes state agencies, things they don't have any control over. What you end up in the end is if you say a 10% cut to the model, it's a certain number, and then you can look at what that number represents to that larger. Matt, would that make the most sense to you, do you think, to ask the districts that it'd be a 10% cut on their
Mr. Co-Chair?
On their guarantee?
Mr. Co-Chair?
Please, Mr. Co-Chair.
I do agree with Representative Harshman. 10% is not what the deficit we're trying to cover. I think we've got to express it in terms of the number that we're trying to deal with. 10% doesn't do it.
No, 10% doesn't do it, but what do you want to write a letter that says, how do you heal up the $430 some million? I don't know. Matt, do you have any thoughts on how we craft something?
I'm probably the wrong person to ask, Albert, because I'm opposed to the motion. I don't know what we're trying to achieve writing a letter to the school board. So.
Okay, we have a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that I have.
So,
Mr. Chairman, I don't have an opinion on this question. It's really a policy decision for the committee on how they want to solicit feedback to the committee from the boards.
well, he wasn't asking you for a policy decision. He was asking for an explanation of what is 10%. If we say 10%, what does that represent? So that's the number we want to know. And really what we want to do in the letter is describe, we're facing a $500 million deficit and that's going to be 250 and 250. And so this is what the cuts are going to be. And that is the equivalent to 500 million for us. On the model, it's equivalent to this. But this is what we have to do to balance our budget. So what would that impact be? So we're really covering all those bases in one pretty simple paragraph. And Senator Kinski, it's no different than every question that Senator Hicks has been asking. Because what we're doing is we're educating at the same time, but we're learning, understanding the numbers. And we've got a fundamental obligation to educate as much as we can and to know the real impacts of what actions we take. And it just makes sense to me.
Senator Cost, I think you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering, and and maybe it would be too late, but I'm wondering if at the end of October, after we have some numbers in there, it would make more sense for them to see what they're dealing with rather than us just saying we're going to cut. I don't know. I'm a little confused because they're probably going to want to know, and they may direct it. They may say, well, we need to cut this, this, and this, and it might not fit with what we're looking at or how we're fitting things. So after the October meeting, maybe there'd be a little more knowledge on both sides before we do anything like that.
Thank you. Representative Connolly.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I too am a bit confused about what and why we would do something like that now, why we're talking about cuts and actually just an arbitrary amount, 5%, 10%. I've heard 100 million or 150 million. I mean, our job and recalibration right now is to be looking at what's the model that meets our constitutional mandate for education in the state. That's our job right now. Our job isn't about kind of throwing out numbers regarding cuts. In fact, what we should be doing is thinking about the education in the future and how we fund it. Right? I think our job is that first portion. How we fund it becomes the job of the legislature, right? Coming up with arbitrary cuts to me right now doesn't make sense. And then asking our districts to be putting time and effort into telling us what they would do with that arbitrary number or how they would respond to that arbitrary number seems incredibly premature and very stressful.
Representative Harshman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I think I agree with all of you. I think what everybody was trying to get at was what Senator Hicks expressed eloquently to every school board member. We need your help. And I don't know, maybe writing them a letter is not maybe we just get with the school board representatives, the lobbyists who testified, and have them go back to their organization. Maybe that's the best way and we don't have to take any formal action. But I think what Senator Hicks was saying is really important. We need your help. There is a revenue solution to this too. I mean, that is really not that painful. But I think we got to educate people on that and talk about it. Is a penny for education too much to ask? I don't know. Or if not, here's what it's going to look like in Sheridan, Casper, Laramie, Baggs, Cody, just keep going down the line. And so I think it's this education process. Maybe the letter's not the way. Thanks.
You bet. Senator Hicks and then Representative Schwartz after Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, it's always been my observation that people support what they help create and they also like to be asked when it directly affects them. So whatever that mechanism is, I'm not crazy about just sending it back to their school board representatives. I think we honestly, we owe it to those people that have the hardest frontline job, which is those school board members, to have a direct conversation with them. I think I certainly owe that for the school districts that I represent. I don't want to run it through a filter of their hired gun. But I do think we need to ask them a range of alternatives. And that range of alternatives is here's the magnitude of the problem. 500 million, $250 million a year. What's you guys' thoughts on how we get there? And we all know there's going to be a shared solution here. I don't think we can cut our way out of it, and I don't think we can tax our way out of it. But I really do think we owe it to those school board members to ask them, how would you guys approach this? And we're going to get different answers. And I think we're going to have to filter through that data and figure out what works for the little districts and what works for the big districts. But at the end of the day, people will support what they help create. And if we don't ask them and they don't feel like they have any ownership in it, you guys have all heard it. Every time that something doesn't go right with the local school board, we're the scapegoats. Over and over and over again, I've heard, well, it's the legislature, it's the legislature, it's the legislature. And quite frankly, I think this needs to be a shared responsibility with those other elected officials. And I do think we ought to send a letter out. What I would suggest is we have staff draft that up. We send that out to the co-chairs to do an original review of that and then get it out to the committee with any final edits and send that to the school board. I think that's the appropriate way forward on this issue, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hicks. Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, initially I thought the idea of the letter had merit, but the more I've contemplated it, I think it's premature, to tell you the truth. I think we really need to see these draft bills and establish what the model is going to look like before we ask the school boards how they're going to make cuts in their districts. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the most productive way to go about establishing what the model is. And it's complicated by the fact if we're going to send them a letter that says, what are your cuts going to be? And Coley Shadrick, do I have his name correct, I hope? His testimony resonated with me in a big way because he doesn't understand why we need to raise taxes because his district is contributing so much money. So if we're going to send him a letter about cuts, we also have to include in that letter, what taxes are you going to proactively support so we can fund the model? They're intrinsically tied together. So like I said, initially I thought the letter was a good idea. I think now we can wait till after the next meeting because we're going to have 2 more meetings and get the school board input prior to the last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor, which is to draft a letter that would ask for 5 and 10% cuts, and where would they be made by different districts? That's kind of what I have down. Is that, Josh, is that what you wrote down as kind of the motion?
I believe that was the original motion, Mr. Chairman.
So that's not exactly what Senator Hicks said. So we've debated this. We've got a motion on the floor. If there's no amendments to the motion, we're going to vote on it. Representative Nicholas.
Yeah, I think that the motion was more generic than that. We talked about having a $500 million deficit and how much, whatever that number is, whether that represents a 10% or a 16% cut or whatever it is, what the impacts would be, and then ask for them, following up with Senator Hicks, what their recommendations are on how to go about addressing it and how. So it's a more generic question, and so I think, and it's really up to the co-chairs, I think, to kind of piece that together so that it's a educational request for assistance and an explanation of what's in front of us in terms of if we, if we do whatever we do, if we amend the model or however we do it, or we do across the board, at the end of the day, it's just a block grant reduction. We know that, and so we can characterize the letter in a way that just explains what has to happen and what the alternative, what happens as a result of direct cuts without revenue enhancements, or if they have recommendations on revenue enhancements.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, the only thing that I would add to what Representative Nicholas says, I do think we need to provide them with the information that we were with that Wyoming estimated tax capacity. I want to hear what those school boards and go out to the public and try to sell what they think is an appropriate tax increase to offset those revenues. And I think we would be remiss to pass this opportunity up on both the reduction side, but all the revenue sides, to enlist those folks to help come to some resolution within the state of Wyoming on how we're going to grapple with this problem. So I agree with Representative Nicholas, but I would add that on to that letter and actually attach that and say, here's what you're faced with potential revenue enhancements. I just think it's a wonderful opportunity to educate folks on both sides of the issue. Some of my more conservative friends that think we're going to cut our way out of this, and some of my more liberal friends that think we're going to tax our way out of this. The more information people have, the better decisions we will make. And I believe that across the board. And I think that we have that responsibility to the school boards.
I happen to agree with you, Senator Hicks. Representative Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So interesting discussion. Are we also going to invite the school boards to let us know where they believe equity and adequate education will suffer because of this? Because I think that is actually our charge and our state charge is to have that discussion. So I'd hope that they would feel at least the opportunity is there if they feel like adequacy and access are going to be impacted by the potential.
So based upon what I'm hearing, I'm going to assume that maybe Representative Nicholas, are you going to kind of withdraw what I thought was your original motion and we go with we get a draft and send it around to everybody and then see if we can get some consensus on sending something out? Representative Nicholas?
Yeah, if that's the pleasure of the two chairs, that works for me. I think that's a good idea.
Senator Hicks, does that work with you? Co-Chair Kinski, can you and I kind of work on that with Matt and Josh? And thank you.
Absolutely.
So I think Matt and Josh, you've been taking notes. We'll try to get us a draft letter, and then we'll send it out to the committee to kind of edit. And I appreciate that. Appreciate your time there. So are there any other motions to be had right now? Is there any other business, Matt, that we have to address? We don't want to get in a crunch and be making every decision the last meeting, the last hour. So is there any other business that we need to move forward in some manner?
Mr. Chairman, not at this time. You know, I'm just thinking in my head, October is going to be a pretty intense meeting. You will receive the special education report. I anticipate that'll be a half a day. You'll receive salaries. I anticipate that to be a half a day. Regional cost adjustment, at least 2 hours probably. You'll receive the remaining portions of the report from Drs. Pikus and Dr. Auden on food service, school safety, distance learning. So the amount of public comment on how you want to schedule that, we'll work with you. But you know, October, and then review of the two bill drafts. You know, I just throw that out. Those are two pretty aggressive days, and so just trying to think through that.
Matt, do we have a day on either side of that we could add to and maybe ask Management Council for additional day? If we need this day up front, because we were there in 2015 having it on the backside and it just gets bound up. It gets bound up quick. So is there a way we could add another day into the schedule?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, there is a day in between on Wednesday. So the 29th and 30th are a Thursday, Friday. Currently, the 28th is open. That is a potential day that you could add. I don't believe you need to go back to Management Council. You have a set dollar of appropriation. I believe it's around 80,000. I don't think we'll hit that given we're not traveling. So I think adding the day is not an issue on a budget side. I would have to check with Drs. Pikus and Auden on their schedules, and same with Drs. Taylor and Dr. Stoddard on their schedules and availability for the 28th to see if we want to move them. I see Dr. Pikus is still here with us, so he's probably checking his calendar right now. But those are the only items I could see that could throw a wrinkle on either side is perhaps availability of consultants. But we could do committee business and so forth.
Even if we did a half day on Wednesday, yeah.
Co-Chair Kinski, would you be good with that if we tried to at least get a half day in on Wednesday and clean some of this up or start?
It works if we do it on Zoom.
Yeah, agreed. I see no reason not to do it on Zoom. So I think let's go down that path, and you will check with the consultants. Representative Schwartz, do you have an issue with that?
Oh, no, it's just a comment. Just most of the people on this Zoom right now, be reminded that Monday and Tuesday is JAC. And I'm not objecting, I'll do it, but it's gonna be quite a week.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, that is, you do have appropriations on the 26th and 27th, also judiciary on the 26th and 27th. Obviously, there's no conflict with those two committees, but there will be substantial resources that'll be provided prior to the meeting. So there'll be quite another large folder with reports. So, just we will do our best to get those 2 weeks out for the committee members so they can prepare well in advance of that week. So
we'll be fully in Zoom form by the time we hit recal after approach. So Representative Schwartz.
Well, I'm just wondering, since we're talking about Zoom, so doing it on Wednesday, could we do it on the following Monday? So, because I'll be honest, preparing for JAC and recal in the same week is going to be a lot of work. And having that day in between would be really helpful. Does it matter that we do it on Monday?
Mr. Chairman, that'd be the 2nd of November, and that is open on your calendar, on your legislative calendar currently.
Day before the election.
Co-Chair Kinski, I think we just stick with Wednesday, see if we can get either a day or a half day. We work it out. We make that decision, and Matt will work with our consultants to see what their schedules are, and then we'll kind of move forward.
Albert,
How does that sound?
I'm trying to figure out what Andy was talking about prepping for. I thought we were talking about it adding a day in October, not in December.
Mr. Chairman and Chairman Kinski, I believe Representative Schwartz was wondering if we could add November 2nd, the following Monday after October 30th to the calendar. That's how I interpreted the recommendation.
Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct.
I think let's let me and Co-Chair Kinski. I'm inclined to do it on Wednesday and just push through. I like to have it every day in a row, and then I don't, in 3 days, 4 days, I'll lose all of it. It'll be out the back end of my head. So are you good with that?
I guess what I'd say is I'm not opposed to looking at Monday the 2nd. I think there's a certain value in going through everything on the 29th and the 30th and actually having the weekend to kind of cogitate on it.
All right, just a straw poll, show of hands. How many want to do it on the following Monday? Raise your hand.
I'll be going door to door that weekend.
1, 2, 3. How many want to do it on the Wednesday? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It'll be the Wednesday. All right. I think that's it. We'll work on a meeting. Matt will line us out. Anything else for the good of the order, Matt?
Not for me, Mr. Chairman.
And I just want to thank the Senate and thank the educators and all of those that testified. This is a big deal that there's probably only 5 of us left on this Zoom call, including the 10 of us that are actually up. But this is an incredibly important task that we're about to take on. And we need to take the time and do have a thoughtful process and look at all of our options. And we do need to build support out in Wyoming and in the communities and in those school districts for whatever those options are. And so I just thank you all for the hard work you've put in and the hard work you're going to put in. And I want to thank my our consultants for hanging with us for the full day and for hanging with us for 15 years, right? or more.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And I'm available Wednesday or the following Monday, whichever works for your committee. So
And so am I.
we're happy. We're happy to be there.
Thank you very
whenever
much.
you want.
Representative Schwartz.
Thank you. So 2 comments. One, being as I'm new to recalibration, I really appreciate the consultants and also working with the whole committee, because I've learned a lot this last 2 days. And because I also know that my co-chairman on appropriations is in this meeting at the moment, if the earlier we can get information for both of these committee meetings that week, personally, that's going to be better for me because I'm going to need a lot of time to read it. And I know that's hard, and I know information will come in at the end, but the more I can get sooner, the better it is for me, and I think for everybody.
All right. With that, I'm going to close out the meeting and say so long. Adjourn the meeting.
Everybody have a wonderful
Okay.
evening. Take
Thank
care.
you.
God bless.
Good work. Thank you.